Feeling that cost of living crunch? Labara are here to help.
All I want is great customer service and network, but for less.
That's why Labara gives you 15 gigabytes of 5G data and unlimited UK minutes and text for just £10 a month. Plus, no contract, change or cancel anytime.
An excellent customer service.
So what's stopping you joining the bill-busting revolution? Labara. More for less.
Very good morning to you and welcome back to day 2 of the British Diving Championships of 2023. We're here at Ponds Forge in sunny Sheffield, which I say unironically for a change in my life, but I'm Jack Haslam and I will be taking you through the commentary this weekend. I'm delighted to say that I am joined with a man that needs no introduction. Jack Law is next to me here today this morning, so welcome, Jack.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for going through today's events with us. We've got the women's 1 metre kicking us off this morning, followed by the men's 3 metre, which of course is your event. You won't be competing this weekend, unfortunately. You've had an injection in your knee, am I right in saying? Can you talk us through what's gone on there?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I've had a recurring problem in my knee tendon for about, 12, 13 years now. And it's finally kind of gotten to the point where I need to sort something out because it's just not going my way. Training's been quite difficult. And for those that watch diving, you would have seen that I unfortunately failed a dive in Canada by knee buckling and slipping off the board. So that was the final part that made me feel like I need to get something sorted there. I've had an injection, which is just saline, so salt water, about 40 mils pumped in, just try and clear and flush out the tendon. So it's not as invasive as surgery, but it still put me out for 2 to 3 days of no training whatsoever and a slow build-up back. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be commentating and competing at the same time. I think that'd be quite interesting.
That would be very impressive. I don't know about interested.
But yeah, so I'll be able to give my expertise on the boys today, which is going to be an exciting event. And the women's 1 metre as well, a really exciting event, competing at World Championships. with lots of international divers as well, which is always really exciting to have at a British Nationals.
Yeah, it's definitely a great thing to have people join us from all around the world. It gives us a bit of an idea of the international competition and also gives them a great experience competing at the Nationals too. So, like you said, with your knee injury, have they given you a time frame for when you should be back fully fit? Are you training at the moment?
Yeah, so I'm training at the moment. I'm doing some really basic skills, just falling skills. So it's lineups and really basic no jumping skills just to get back into the groove of things. I don't want to push it too fast. We still have a good 6 to 7 weeks of training before we get to the World Championships. So, I've got a great team around me of doctors, medical staff, massage, everything to get me in full fitness. So it's just about being sensible and not rushing anything. I think that trying to do things too quickly is often the cause of recurring injuries. So for me, it's just about taking my time, sitting back, relaxing and enjoying the diving.
Yeah, you mentioned your team around you. I think they always deserve a bit of a shout out, don't they? Diving is, well, for people that don't know diving as well, you don't necessarily realise how much of a toll it takes on your body, and the medical staff are always patching up everyone, especially at these competitions. They've got their hands full, so definitely important to give them a shout out too. And another shout out, I guess, we'll take this opportunity to give a shout out to our volunteers and our judges who come, and obviously this event would not be possible without them, so big thanks to those guys. I think we are just about getting ready. The judges are in place for the women's 1 metre. I'm not sure if we've got a parade. I'm assuming we'll have a parade this morning, but maybe not for the prelims. Maybe we may save those parades for the finals. We have 17 competitors in the women's 1 metre this morning. We are seeing one of the harder dives that we've ever seen at a British Nationals in this event, which is Claire Cryan, our guest from Ireland, who actually trains in this pool, so she's very familiar with this pool. She is doing a forward 2.5 somersaults with 1 twist as her last dive, which is a 3.2 degree of difficulty, so a big jump up there, where a lot of the twisting dives normally range from around the 2.5 mark to a little bit lower, so really exciting to see such a jump up there, and obviously that extra risk means that the scores that she could potentially get there are much, much higher. We've got 5 dives this morning from the girls. Each diver's going to have to do 1 dive in each direction, the forward, back, reverse, inward and twist. So we'll see a pretty set list, I think that's fair to say, Jack, isn't it, over the 1 metre competitions?
Yeah, for women's 1 metre, I think that when you're higher up and you've got a bit more time, you can really push the boat out. But for the 1 metre, for these women today, it's all about those fine margins. That's going to define the champion. You're not going to get someone winning by 50, 60 points here like you get in other events. It's going to be small margins, so it's all about that height, the form, entry into the water, and just being consistent as well. There's something to be said for consistency, especially in 1 metre diving. And it's going to be hard, if you drop slightly, you've got a long way to get back because everybody is doing the same dives as you. So it's a really difficult event, and I think that for the girls today, and with the names that we've got internationally, it's going to be a tough one. So should be exciting.
Yeah, you mentioned that international names, some to look out for. Elena Bertocci from Italy. She came 3rd at the Nationals last year as a guest, and she was actually the European champion in 2022 as well. So clearly a very experienced athlete there, so great to have her in the field.
And probably watch out for Amelia Nilsson Garup as well. She's competing a 305C, reverse 2.5 tuck. And that's degree of difficulty 3.0, so instead of opting for a reverse 1.5 pike, which is just a 2.3, she's opting for a slightly harder dive. I've watched it in training this morning. It looks excellent, so hoping that she nails that one, of course, later. Yeah,
fingers crossed. It's always nice to see the divers just experiment a little bit more with some of the harder dives, and like you said, it means that it can almost take the pressure off them for their other dives because they've got that big degree of difficulty dive that can potentially help pull them back up the rankings if one of them isn't quite as consistent as you've just mentioned.
Yeah, of course. And I think that, especially for the international divers, it doesn't actually really mean anything, this event. They're not trying to qualify for anything from this event. So for them, they've actually got a really good opportunity to push that boat out and try something new. I'm not sure if Amelia's going to be doing that in the World Championships, but this is a great opportunity for her to do that. They've got to try out this slightly harder dives and try and push the field forward, try and make some of these girls go further and train harder.
So there you can see our start list for this morning's events. Start number 1 is Amy Rollinson from Dive London. Start number 2, Evie Smith from Dive London. Also 3, Tilly Brown from Southampton Diving Academy. 4, Amelie Underwood from Plymouth. 5, Callie Eagleston from Leeds. 6, Katie Burton, also from Leeds. 7, Amelia Scott from City of Sheffield, so she's in her home pool. 8, we've just mentioned Eleanor Bertocci. And we'll get the rest of the start list up in a second. Our 9th start list, our current reigning champion is Yasmin Harper, again in her home pool, so that can sometimes help give her a little bit of an advantage. Start number 10 is Grace Reed, again someone that probably needs no introduction to people that have followed diving for a long time. Training Dive London. Start 11, Maya Cutty from Southampton Diving Academy. Start 12, Catherine Torrance from City of Leeds. Start 13, Elizabeth Powley of City of Sheffield, formerly of City of Leeds. She's moved over to Sheffield in the recent year. Holly May Presanto is start number 14 from City of Sheffield. Start number 15 is Amelia Nilsson Garrett from Sweden. 16, also from Sweden, is Nina Janmia. And then our last diver, start number 17, is Claire Cryan. Also mentioned, she trains in Sheffield, has grown up in Sheffield. She represents Ireland internationally. So she will be another one of our guests this morning. So there you have your start list. We'll have a few minutes just while our divers get ready. Due to kick off at 10 o'clock this morning. I look at that camera view now and I think, I'm glad I quit 10 metre early doors.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah,
We both did what? We both did Europeans in, that was what, 2010 in Finland together.
Yeah.
We both competed platform there.
Yeah, that's the
By the
last
way,
competition
you-
I did.
You know, commentary team here, the dynamic duo of Jack Haslam and Jack Law, Camo, Group C champions in 2006, maybe?
That's actually scary, isn't it?
Yeah, and we
That
were
was our first
competing.
international, wasn't it?
It was
as
our
well?
first international together. We were both in Group D.
Yeah.
And we were competing in the 12 to 13 category, and we were both 11. And I remember my coach telling me, don't be sad, don't cry when you come last. Obviously not that brutal, but... And then we went...
Probably not far off
No,
the
yeah,
demo.
exactly, yeah, yeah. And then we went and, yeah, finished first and second on platform. Met our idol, Alex Despartie.
Yeah.
Your granddad was out there as well, didn't
we've
he?
got some
Travelled all the
great
way.
photos.
Yeah.
Great memories, great memories.
Go back a long, long way, and probably, I don't know if the dates of birth are on here, but 2006 might not be
I reckon
far
there's
off some
definitely a
of the
few of
people.
them that haven't been born then, so
Yeah.
that does definitely make us feel a little bit old. Yeah, what an event that was. What an event. Also remember Kim White. That's got to be the last time I was ever known as Jumping Jack between the two of us.
Yeah.
I think after that, you definitely surpassed me in that one.
Well, yeah, I've always got the short straw with the nicknames. I was you were Jumping Jack, so you got that. I was just regular Jack, and you were Jumping Jack.
Yeah.
And then my best friend from school, he was slightly taller than me, so I was Little Jack, and he was just Jack. I've always got the bad luck with the nicknames, but yeah, no, it's and that was a good competition.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed that.
I did.
We had that Cuban guy that had a mustache in Group C.
Yeah, that was that made you feel a little bit intimidated didn't it, going into the event. Can push the springboard, nearly dunk it in the water, and we can barely move it. Right then, you've listened to us talking rubbish for the first couple of minutes. We'll start the competition. Amy Rollinson with an inward 1.5 somersaults pipe. We'll see this quite often in the first round. And a lovely start there from Amy.
Yeah, good opener. Really, really nice. It's always difficult starting the competition off, especially when you've got that period of uncertainty of when you're actually going to begin. You know, all the announcers, but I think that's a really good start.
Do you have a preference in a prelim where you are in the start list?
I like first 10. You know,
Yeah.
not first, but probably from between 5th and 10th is quite a nice place to be. I think first is always difficult because you're never quite sure between the rounds when you're actually going to be going and when you're going to get that whistle blown. But
Yeah.
Amy started off lovely there.
So next up, Evie. Bit of a different dive to start off with. A lower degree on difficulty with 2.2. Forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Another lovely dive from Evie.
Yeah, really nice. Nice entry. A little bit off the end on that that hurdle step, causing her to drop her chest a little forward, maybe go a little forward on the actual dive itself, but actually overall, nice opener. Always also scary opening on a hurdle step as well.
Yeah, I always used to like starting on a standing dive because hurdle steps were the scariest part of diving for me, I think. Never mind the bit in the air. It was always walking down the board that was the scariest part. So another inward 1.5 here from Tilly. Didn't quite stand it up as tall as we saw from Amy, slightly further away from the board, but another really nice entry through the water.
That's what I was going to say, actually. The first 3 dives here, actually, all the entries have been really clean. That is the part that judges look for the most, really. They should look for everything overall, but really, if you put a nice entry on a dive, you're always going to get those marks bumped up. So far, so good.
Yeah, another inward 1.5, this time from Amelie. Amelie's just back from representing Team GB at Dresden International. Another very similar dive there from Amelie.
Yeah, good height out the board, actually. Good use of the board. A little bit over, but that's okay. You know, fairly young and comes with experience. So yeah, good jump out the board. I like that.
Yeah, I think it's often important for divers to put a dive at the start of the list that they're quite comfortable with. Normally the nerves are probably highest at the start of the competition, so settle themselves into the routine, and then the harder dives may become later on in the rounds. Callie with another inward 1.5. Personally, that may have been my favourite so far. Beautiful entry through the water, nice and tall on the start.
Yeah, I liked it. It was fluid. It was nice to watch. It kind of just flowed out of the board. Very, very nice. Good jump. A little back. Nice entry.
Her teammate now kicking off with the first back dive that we'll see. Back 1.5 somersaults pike. This one's slightly lower on the degree of difficulty, 2.3 compared to the 2.4 of the inward 1.5. Good start from Katie.
Yeah, good. She just let her feet carry over a little bit too much. When she's kicking out, you just need to push away a little bit, but actually not a bad start at all. Always a little bit scary starting a back dive. You don't get to see the water when you come out. You know, you see everything else, and you've got to look for the water as opposed to inward, where you see what you're going to be lining up to. So, bold choice, but respectable.
Yeah, I was always the opposite, though. I preferred, my awareness was better on back and reverse than forward and inward. So, for me, it was probably less of a deal, whereas more common, like Amelia there with an inward 1.5, people prefer to spin forwards, have a little bit more awareness. Like you said, when you come out, you can actually see the water, so you can line up a little bit better. But great start there from Amelia. May notice there's 6 springboards down on the 1 meters. Plenty of choice for our divers, so we'll probably see a spread across all of them, I would have thought. So Elena Bertocci, European champion of 2022 on this board. Again, with the inward 1.5 somersaults pike.
I would say it's slightly close.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a twitch.
Yeah. I don't think it's bad. I think everyone knows it's an inward 1.5 pike, and you're not going to be coming past the board with your feet or head too much. I like the extension out of the board. I like the shape. I'd say maybe it's on the, you know, just on the line of slightly approaching too close, but pretty nice dive, actually. And I think that you usually, especially when you're talking about the fine margins, if you do go too far back, you are critiqued quite a lot by the judges. So
yeah, the judges don't seem to really have penalised her there, so they clearly didn't deem it dangerous. Yasmin Harper, our current reigning champion. Very nice there from Yasmin, such a strong diver.
Yeah.
So much height out of that board.
Yeah, that's the best one so far, in my opinion. I think, yeah, 8's the appropriate score there. I think
judges
the
agree.
height, the shape, the entry, all of that is what you want to see for an opening dive.
Yeah, I know from the 3 meter list, inward's probably the one that Yasmin struggles with the most. So great to see that she's absolutely cruising around on that.
You always get that little bit more adrenaline in competition, don't you?
Yeah. Grace with a back 1.5 somersault pike.
She's done really well there. Very clever, because you could see how far her legs were going over. And a beautiful knee save has kept the splash down. Not been penalised as much as maybe you know, some of the divers didn't have that expertise and skill would have been.
Yeah, very experienced diver. Knows how to get these dives down on the 1 meter. Always been very consistent down here. Back to the inward dives, Maya. The very neat and tidy dive.
Yeah, lovely. Nice entry, lovely pike shape. Slight double bounce on the old arm swing, but you know, I think actually a great diver. She came up to Leeds, thinking about coming to university in Leeds potentially. Be cool to have her train with us. She's a great diver and you know a young prospect for the future, which is cool.
And a good personality as well, so probably good for you to have in the Leeds diving club.
Yeah, numbers are dwindling slightly, so we need to recruit somewhere.
Next up, Catherine, someone who is in the Leeds diving squad.
I was 4th in the world on 1 metre as well, back in 2019.
Yeah, she's a very good 1 metre diver. She's got amazing board rhythm, good pike shapes and good entries, which, like you mentioned before the competition, is always things that the judges are going to be looking out for on this.
Yeah, it's a fine margins, and I think that Catherine's, I'm going to use the word impeccable board timing, is always been her strength. You know, she can use the board so well to generate such height. So, you know, those fine margins of going, you know, half a metre higher than somebody else, that's where she gets her points, and that's in the world field. That's why she finished 4th, is because those tiny little things that she can do, and has always had that ability as well. She's a very consistent diver and very determined.
Elizabeth Powley with her in Marona House pike. Very good balance there. Again, someone stood the dive up really well. Plenty of height and a good entry too. Start from Elizabeth. Next up we have Holly, another in Marona Half Somersaults pike. She's currently studying over in America at Rutgers University.
Easy for you to say.
I know, didn't even get university out properly then. Good start there from Holly. I think 1 metre is probably her stronger out of the two boards between 1 metre and 3 metre.
Yeah, she's a good 1 metre diver, nice and strong. Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but nice pike shape.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable that we're going to have some repetition this morning. A lot of similar dives, similar divers.
Back 1.5 pike here. Opting for that slightly blinder entry, but I think Amelia, she does a 4.05. I'm not sure if she's competing it today, but I think I've seen her do some big ones. The Swedes do some really, really good diving. Yeah,
I've always been impressed when they've joined us over here for the Nationals. The majority of them have challenged up there at the top end of the table, which is obviously good for our competition, you know, bringing the standards up.
Yeah, for these girls that are potentially trying to qualify for the World Championships, having people like Amelia and Bertocci here is fantastic for them, because that really is your world rivals potentially. They're going to be people that are fighting for medals. I think I'm in saying that Elena Bertocci was a medalist on 1 metre at World Championships a few years back. I don't think that's wrong.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm very similar to you, being slightly hesitant, but she's always been up there challenging in any world event, especially on the 1 metre. I think her speciality really, out of the two boards that she does, would probably say 1 metre. So that was Nina with a forward twisting dive to kick off the competition. So another slightly different option. That's the highest degree of difficulty so far with 2.6, just over-rotated slightly. See the slightly lower scores from the judges. Next up we've got Claire, with 1.5 somersaults pike to finish the round. Ooh, great start, so easy.
Big top.
Like it would take another somersault on the 3 metre.
Yeah, she looks actually quite surprised herself, I think, there.
Which is quite rare for Claire on 1 metre. I think her entries are normally really consistent.
Claire's got one of the best entries for a female that I've seen. She's got a fantastic line, and it looks like she just over-rotated there, and she's tried to save it, but a little bit too early. Thrown at the splash, but the judges didn't penalise it too much.
They obviously rewarded the takeoff. So into the second round, stepping up the DD from Amy. Forward 1.5 somersaults with 2 twists. I used to hate this dive. It's a really hard one to get the direction and control. Got to stand it up really tall to fit those twists in. without over-rotating on the somersaults.
And Amy's bagged a load of experience going to those international events last year. Her hurdle step strong. She's a strong diver.
Yeah, she's another exciting diver. I think she's
Yeah.
only young. Eve with the back 1.5 somersaults pike. Very nice. Again, consistent diving from her. It's going to be key to get through to the final. Should probably mention there's a slight change in getting to the final this Nationals. It is top 12 that go through, and we can have a maximum of 6 guests. So usually only 2 guests can go through, which means we have a battle within the guests, but increasing the number of guests that can go through can obviously help them when they come up to these competitions.
That dive right there, that hurdle step for me, that line was perfect. You know, when she's coming down and she stepped out of that hurdle step and she's coming down off the board, it's unfortunate, yes, that she's off the end.
Yeah.
But the actual line itself, I thought was beautiful.
I think what's impressive there is, even though she was off the end, she still kind of remained her composure and just took it up into the air, rather than sometimes if you're off the end of the board, you can panic a little bit and rush into that somersault, till you just remain calm and made sure all the somersaults were fitting easily. So on to Amelie. Back 1.5 somersaults pike. Again, another strong jump out of the board.
Looks like she's got good back awareness as well. I felt like she knew that she was going slightly long, and she did a good job to actually knee save properly to keep that entry down. Maybe slightly early, which is why the judges have potentially caned her a little bit, but I thought it was nice.
Same dive then from Callie. Back 1.5 somersaults pike. Oh, I liked a lot of that as well.
Yeah. It looked like it was on. I thought great extension out of the board, lovely pike shape again, and it looks like she's maybe thought that was a bit too fast. And what she's done is she's gone to line up with a bit of a long arm, so she's moved her hands away from her hips, not kept them close to her body, but kept them long, and that drops your feet down. So
yeah, it's a bit of a shame that, because I really like the take, like you said, the takeoff extension. Got plenty of height on the board, and then a beautiful pike shape. Just didn't quite get that entry. Katie with a forward 2.5 somersaults pike, 2.6 this one.
Strong diver.
Yeah, another City of Leeds diver.
Good awareness. Maybe a little bit more toe point, I think, to be able to try and push those judges up towards the 7s. But solid. Again, just consistency. That's all it is. You get little drops here and there, but if you can focus on consistency yourself, you've got a really good chance of making that final.
So Amelia, I believe I'm right in saying this is her first British Nationals. So obviously nerves may be a little bit higher for her, but not showing there with a very nice forward 2.5 somersaults pike.
Always feels good to put your hardest degree of difficulty dive down and do it well, you know.
Yeah, it definitely relieves the pressure a little bit for the next few dives. I know, with another great entry.
It's an interesting one. That entry is beautiful, but I thought there was a few little bits in there that could be tidied up.
Yeah.
Hurdle step, the arms dropping down, like you said earlier. You know, sometimes you can get a little bit of a bad hurdle and you panic. That look there, a little bit, maybe a bit more toe point as well. But
yeah, I found it. I always feel like it's a strange one for me when I was in a pike shape. If I flatten my feet, it'd make the stretch even harder.
Yeah.
So it's almost seems counterproductive, but it is something that we see quite often from Elena.
it works for her, I guess.
Well, we've said she's done pretty well
Yeah.
on this board in many events from the past. Another strong takeoff from Yasmin. Just didn't quite have the strong kick enough to hold that entry. Over-rotated slightly, a little bit late out of her pike shape.
She still managed to get 6.5s to carry there. You know, I think that says something about how strong out the board she was. Her height was great, just over-rotated. That's not a bad thing. I like the fact that the judges are still rewarding good elements of the dive.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Oh, very nice from Grace. Great entry through the water.
I wonder what the judges will think. I thought that was tiny bit forward. But awareness is fantastic on that. And you're right, her entry was really good as well.
Yeah, just slight knee crimp out of the board, which is probably why we don't see the 8s. But other than that, very nice dive. I'm sure she'll be happy with that one for a prelim. Maya, back to the 2.6, forward 2.5 somersaults pike. Another very nice dive from Maya.
I like her hurdle step. She's got a very big jump into that last step, which is, my knee almost cries at the thought of doing something like that, but she seems very consistent with it.
Yeah, she has rhythm with it. Doesn't look like she clunks the board.
Yeah.
It's a brave thing to do, having a big jump, because you're almost giving yourself 2 opportunities on your jumps to let something go wrong, but no such problem there from Maya. Now Catherine. Back 1.5 somersaults pike.
Catherine's known for her back and reverse spinning. Her technical ability on it is fantastic. She has a very bendy back.
Yeah.
So, you know, when she is going short, she can arch around and make it. And she uses that to her ability, really. You know, everybody's born with different things that they're good at. And Catherine's always been good at back and reverse. And I think that showed there.
Yeah, which is probably more rare, especially for the females on 1 meter. I think forward and inward tend to be ones that are the more consistent and probably the higher scorer ones. But Catherine, as you said, very, very impressive on those directions. Elizabeth, following up with exactly the same dive, that 1.5 somersaults pike. Not quite the same height out of the board, just fell back a little bit.
Yeah, she fell back, and I think that, you know, it still gets a nice pickup, but when you fall back and you move away from the board, you're unsure of how much time you have left to line up, and that's why she just lined up a little bit short there, I think, but fairly consistent again. I think Elizabeth going out to America for university, I think. Again, I keep saying all these things that I think, and I'm not actually 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure she's going out.
Someone who's already out in America.
Yeah.
Holly Mae Prasanto. Very nice dive from her. Her highest degree of difficulty dive, but I would probably say from my experience of watching her, probably a most consistent dive forward 2.5 somersaults pike.
Yeah, it's really nice to watch.
Amelia with the same dive. I had a little bit of a panic in that hurdle step then. I thought she was just going to go over to the side of the board, but remained calm.
She's come along a long way. You know, a couple of years ago, it's the first time I saw her on the international scene, and in the past couple of years, she's really developed into an amazing diver. She had a really good run at the Europeans out in Italy last year, and I think her 1 meter diving is really starting to be on the up and up.
Yeah, every time I see her, I'm very impressed. I'm 3 meter as well when I've seen her in the past. Very impressive diver. Ooh. Beautiful entry there from Nina. Almost snuck that one in a little bit.
So clever, because she was quite slow out of the board there. And I'm sure she won't mind me saying that, but it was extremely clever to push her feet up to the sky and not panic at all. I thought that was a beautiful dive.
Yeah, it's a real skill to be able to make sure you know exactly where you are in the air. Like you said, it's a bit stuck on the rotation, but put her feet in exactly the right place and lined up beautifully as well. Claire, slight drop from her as to what she would expect in the first round. Following up with a forward 2.5 somersaults pike, another huge hurdle.
Oh, she's so strong. That hurdle is really good. The board time is exquisite, and that height, I would be shocked if anyone was jumping any higher than her this morning. She's a really strong diver.
I think that's, you can see there why she's doing that dive with the twist as well. 3.2 later in the competition.
Super excited to see that.
Me too. So, on to the third round. Amy starts off with a back 1.5 somersault pike. Seen this dive plenty of times. Real shame there again. Really good start.
Maybe too much adrenaline.
Yeah.
Too many beans.
She's had a better breakfast than you.
Yeah, but you can see what she's trying to do there. You know, as she's looked back, she knows that she's going to over-rotate. So what she's tried to do is try to do that knee save, but it's just a little bit too early, and she's just caught her top of her, you know, bottom of the quads, top of the knees on the water, and it's just thrown that splash up a little bit. But she's a strong diver.
Yeah, didn't have the national she would have wanted in the winter. Hopefully she can rectify that this weekend. Evie following up with her reverse 1.5 somersaults pike. Looked like she was slightly off the end of the board there, so she just had to push the dive out into the water a little bit further than she may have liked, which is why we're only seeing the 5.5s and the 6 there to count. Did really well on the come out and the entry. Important that dives are able to adapt to the many different takeoffs that you can get on these dives.
Oh, no.
I mentioned many different takeoffs.
Yeah.
That's not one that you would want right on the corner of the board from Tilly.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I guess in a way she's lucky that she had an easier dive, because that can be quite terrifying when you step down and you can see the corner of the board coming at you very quickly. And you've got a big dive to do there, but she's handled it well. A lot of people would have just fallen in there. She's still got points on the board, and she's a beautiful diver as well. So there is still 2 more rounds.
Absolutely, yeah. Tilly was
for her to get back.
Junior Elite champion on the group category A early on in the year. So clearly very, very good diver on this event. And Amelie also was someone who represented Team GB earlier on in the year at Dresden Youth International.
Quite clearly knows what she's doing on back and reverse. A few things to tidy up there a little bit, but I think the raw elements of her diving show a lot of promise. And I think that having that spatial awareness is something you're almost born with in a way.
Yeah.
You look at someone like Tom, awareness of a king, and that is just so beneficial.
Yeah, probably the most aware diver I've ever come across. Callie with her reverse 1.5. Similar to the back, just a little bit hesitant on that entry. A lot of things to be happy about, the shapes and the form in the dive, very good. Didn't quite line it up as she would have liked. Katie with an exact comparison here. Very nice from Katie.
Yeah, good job there. Extension nice and flat out of the board.
Made it look very easy, really.
Yeah.
Just calm, composed. Just maybe a slight bit of form to get those extra marks from the judges, because all the power and the consistency was there. Now Amelia. A twisting dive, forward 1.5 somersaults with 1 twist. It's the 2.2 degree of difficulty, this one. We'll see a variety of twisting dives ranging from 2.2, 2.5, 2.6, and then all the way up to 3.2, as we've already mentioned a few times.
It's a bit of a shame there for Amelia, because hurdle step, really nice position coming down. She's landed short of the board, which just means that the board flexion isn't as much, so her height out of the board isn't quite the same. She's come round where she thinks it's going to be, and it's just slightly short. And with 1 metre, there's so little time to make adjustments. It's a difficult one, but still, nice form. First nationals, not bad.
That's more like it from Elena. Back 1.5 somersaults pike. So Yasmin, previously mentioned, reigning champion on this board in this pool.
Look at that height.
Beautiful dive from Yasmin. I think we might see some 8s there from the judges.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
Oh, maybe not. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I was just obviously watching this on the screen, but I thought the height where she pressed her feet, she was pressing her feet down almost to the water there in a perfectly flat shape, and she didn't panic, she didn't arch her back or anything like that. It was just a very well timed, fluid dive with a nice entry. I thought I was going to see higher.
I'm glad you agree with me, Jack, thanks.
Yeah.
Grace with a forward 1.5 somersaults 2 twists. This one's 2.6. Feels like it's a lot of dive for 2.6 for me.
Yeah.
It's one that you don't tend to see massive scores on the 1 metre for the females in this dive. It's a bit of a riskier one.
A lot of people usually opt for the reverse 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. Just feels a little bit easier to do that movement. Like Maya displayed there.
Good timing for us. Yeah, two very different skills, reverse twisting and forward twisting. It's really important on reverse twists especially to get that hurdle step right and then be able to stand those feet up steep enough so you can get all those twists in and then fit the rotations in too. Balance is so important. Catherine, reverse 1.5 somersaults pike. Very good hold. Yeah, when she kicked her feet out then I thought, oh, maybe we might get a little bit of over-rotation, but just held those feet really strong. Plenty of tension in her core when she came out.
Yeah, I think Catherine out of the board there, beautiful. She knew she'd kicked high, but that's what I'm talking about. Her back and reversibility is great. She knew what she was doing. Hold it down, get 7s. And an 8 as well.
Oh, that's the hurdle step that you don't want in a competition.
Yeah, it's one thing to be back, but it's also another thing to be back and on the corner of the board in a way.
Yeah, it's a real shame there. She did well to get the dive in. Obviously, when you are back on that hurdle step, you can have a huge panic. Still managed to fit a single twister in. Holly's doing the same dive, but with an extra twist. Another 2.6 from her. Very nice. I like that takeoff again. Good balance, good direction.
Yeah. Looks like she's gone to attack the water just a bit too much, and she's just gone slightly loose through her tummy and just kicked up a tiny bit of splash. But I love that. I love the power behind it, the intent. It looks strong and very aware, very easy as well.
Yeah, takes her into the lead as well. So good first 3 rounds from Holly. Now we see the big one. Oh, wow.
That is
wow.
incredible. That is incredible.
It's so impressive. Wasn't even as if that looked difficult to make for her there.
Not at all. Not at all. And you see that gets you 60 points, which is for for a reverse 1.5 pike at 2.3. If you're going to be hitting 60 points, you need some big scores.
Yeah.
And I saw her in training this morning do one even better than that. So potential is massive for that dive.
Yeah, very impressive. Just to compete, it's impressive, but to do it to that standards, even more so. Now, with the 1.5 that we're probably more used to seeing on the 1 meter, as you mentioned, 2.4, so
2.4.
gives you the 42 points there compared to the 60, so you can really see the reward that you get if you can complete those harder dives. And the last diver of the 3rd round, Claire Cryan. Great last round dive just to probably recover from a slight drop on her first dive. And that's much more like it again from Claire.
That's what I'm talking about. Her entries are so solid.
Yeah, you mentioned Catherine's knee save earlier on as well, and I think Claire has got probably one of the best knee saves that I've seen in this country, especially on 1 meter, where you can probably get away with doing a knee save a little bit more than you can on the higher boards.
Yeah. It's such a skill to have, and something that is so hard for a coach to teach.
Yeah.
And it's some people just find it naturally easy, and you're right, Claire's is fantastic, and it really helps the water work. It helps keep the splash down. It can save you from a lot of issues. If you're coming short on your knee save, you can always bring yourself around to upright, and the same for going over. If you knee save, you can somehow try and keep it upright as well. It's a invaluable skill to learn, and one that Claire has quite clearly mastered.
So you can see our rankings. I can mention top 12 will go through, so it's going to be a bit of a battle. Oh, that's a shame there from Amy. Reverse 1.5, somersaults pike. Attacked the start so well.
Yeah, she should consider doing the 305C maybe.
Yeah, I think she does do it.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times. It's when you're dealing with heights that much, you get a slightly faster takeoff. You're only doing 1.5 somersaults. If you kick just a millisecond too late, you could be flying over. So you know, I think Amy, being quite young, one for the future maybe.
Yeah, hope so. Evie with her forward 2.5 somersaults pike.
Big step back on the hurdle step, but even with that slightly lower height than maybe what she was hoping for, really good job on that.
Yeah, currently in and around, I think she was 14th after the first round, so that's going to do her no harm to drag her up to 12th place. Tilly with back 1.5 somersaults pike, another very accurate dive. Kicks her feet out right at the perfect time. Good line up. Her synchro partner, of course, Evie, who went just before her, are going to be having a little personal battle potentially. That 12th spot. Evie was 14th, I think I mentioned, and Tilly was 11th after the last round, so a couple of rounds to battle it out for that last spot. Emily with her highest degree of difficulty dive, 42.5 somersaults pike.
It's a shame, that one.
Yeah, she looks really strong. She's very good on the springboard.
Yeah, just I think in her pike shape, head is slightly down, so when she comes out, she's not looking up for the water, she's almost looking under the board, and you just continue that rotation going.
Yeah, perhaps she is one of the divers that prefers the back and reverse. She looked very aware on the back and reverse. That just slight little bit of awareness just meant that she's over-rotated there.
Oh,
very nice from
good
Callie.
job.
I think that's probably the neatest forward 1.5-2 twist that we've seen this morning.
Yeah, that might be the best double twist here. I thought it was really nice.
Yeah, very nice indeed. 49 points.
Katie with like for like. I think she's followed every single one of Callie's dives with the exact same one so far.
Interesting. I wonder how much coach input that has. Oh, it's a shame. So strong again, so high up in the air. Like I said, it's just such a fine line between getting the rotation on the somersaults right for the twist. Got to fit 2 twists with only 1.5 somersaults in there, so really got to stand it up steep. Over-rotated slightly there from Katie. Now Amelia. Currently in our last spot for the final.
Oh, that's not going to do her so well, but I think she's put in a good first 3 dives so far. 3 that she can be very proud of. That one just slightly further back from the board than probably she's hoping. Probably picked up a little bit too fast, and before you know it, it's...
When you've got that lean, it's really hard to stop the rotation, as you can see there from Amelia. So she's got another dive to hopefully try and recover, get into that final this afternoon. Very steep again from Elena. Plenty of height out of the board. Just didn't quite control that entry, as we probably used to seeing from her. She's laughing at it. She's probably seeing the funny side, as she's quite confident in this dive normally too. Still takes her up to first spot so far.
I think she's probably fairly confident she can be making the final, so making those mistakes in those prelims, you know what you've got to work on for the final, I guess. It's for her, like I said, it's...
Oh, very nice.
For them, it's just about getting through to the final, making it so you can do your best dives in that environment and try and put out a good performance ahead of World Champs later this year.
Absolutely, and a good dive there from Yasmin. Got something to say about the top spot. Grace, who was 6th after the last round. 1.5 somersaults pike. We've seen this already from most of our girls.
Yeah, it's an interesting order from Grace. It's different to everybody else. Keeps it fresh, maybe.
Yep. Helps us on the commentary.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It might be tactical as well for judges, you know, if they're seeing the same dive over and over again, you spice it up with something different, especially if you do it well, like Grace obviously can. You know, you're going to be bagging those maybe just slightly higher marks. At the end of the day, it is a judge sport. It's not black and white, and if you can do something slightly different that they enjoy, then use it to your advantage.
Absolutely. She finishes off with her highest degree of difficulty as well, 42.5. So that will give her opportunity to try and get up the scoreboard with some higher scores. Maya with her back 1.5 somersaults pike. Steady scores there from the judges, 6s to count. 7 judges' scores, the top 2 and the bottom 2 marks will be taken off. So try and get rid of any anomaly scores, and the middle 3 scores are added up and then times by the degree of difficulty to give the total score. Catherine with her twisting dive, she's opted for the reverse 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. Again, another beautiful hurdle from Catherine.
Yeah, that line is lovely coming down to the board. Slightly over-rotated, but the height is great.
Yeah,
Awareness
if you could draw a line between her hand and her feet, I don't think there'd be much deviation.
No. Yeah, she knows what she's good at and she uses them to her advantage, definitely. She seems slightly frustrated with the scores, but it's a prelim. She'll be fine.
Elizabeth, a slight drop in the last round, unfortunately, on that hurdle step. Much better this time round. We'll see how the judges judge that one. It was slightly close to the board than you perhaps would like.
I think maybe just a bit of nerves after the previous hurdle. You're trying to overcorrect issues, and she looks like she was just caught slightly back of vertical, which for reverse can just mean that you pull a little bit through your shoulders, come a little bit closer to the board. Not dangerous by any means, but
No,
you know, certainly not what you want to do.
It's only going to be a hand clip, but we don't want any clips, do we,
No, God,
ideally?
no.
Now, Holly, back 1.5 somersaults pike. Probably the dive that I would say from her is the one that's a little bit more risky, but she's got it in. Good scores from the judges. She's a diver that's definitely better at spinning forward and inward than probably back and reverse.
Yeah. Even so, it shot her into first place with that dive, which is good to see.
Absolutely. One more dive for her to get safely through to the final. Very nice again from Amelia.
Yeah.
Impressive diver. Sounds like the judges equally impressed. A couple of 8s there, unfortunately don't count, but good to see the 8s on the board.
Yeah. Probably one of the higher raw score dives we've seen so far. I feel like there's quite a big discrepancy between a 6.5 and an 8. So, you know, like I said, judge sport, everyone's got their own opinion. I thought that was really nice. Good entry, lovely diving.
Very nice from Nina as well. She looks like she's quite aware. Maybe doesn't finish as high as some of the other divers, but very good at coming out and getting those entries through the water at the right time. So our last diver of penultimate round. Claire's going for a reverse 1.5 somersaults pike. Currently 3rd after the first 3 rounds.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
definitely going to do her no harm.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking maybe that hurdle step was travelling slightly over the end and she was potentially going to be a little bit toes over, but she handled it really well. Lovely, lovely entry. A little forward, but sets her up nicely for her final dive. I think that's probably where you want to be landing on the end of the right on the end of the board for,
Yeah.
for a full out.
Yeah, sometimes if you're slightly over the end of the board for reverse, it can be hard to make sure you still get the balance, but on forward you can just hold on to it a little bit more because obviously you're not having to push your hips back up and extend over the board. That's a much better dive from Amy. Not quite the competition that she would have wanted. Hopefully she can recover for the 3 meter on Sunday.
Yeah, it'll be tight around that 12th spot, I think.
Yeah, Nina is currently 12th after the last round.
Really good final dive by Evie there.
Very neat and tidy again from Evie. She pulled herself back up quite a lot in the last round.
Yeah.
So I would have thought that that will see her safely through to the final.
Yeah. She'd have got last year, you know, she went to the Commonwealth Games. You know, very, very young to be competing at one of those kind of multi-sport games. And I think it would have done the world of good for her diving, her confidence and her experience as well.
Good composure on that hurdle step there again from Tilly. She was back off the end, but similar to what we said earlier on in the competition, she just remained calm, still had the confidence that she could push the board down and get the height out of the board. Just over-rotated slightly, so you don't see the scores that she might necessarily want. Again, a bit of a variety of scores from 4.5 to 6 from the judges.
Back 1.5 twister.
Yeah, the first one of this dive we will see. Most of the divers opt to do their twist from a hurdle takeoff. The first standing start we see.
Yeah, I always find it weird with the degree of difficulty. Obviously, you know, for people at home that don't know too much about it, there's a big formula that they use to actually calculate the degree of difficulty, but for me that's 2.5 and it's standing backwards. And you've got less height than a hurdle step, but the exact same dive, which is reverse, is 2.6. But you've got that hurdle step for extra height, so in my opinion that should be the other way around, but she's done a good job of it.
I agree. I used to do back 1.5, some sort of 2.5 twist, and that was only 2.9.
Yeah.
When it was a lot harder than reverse 1.5, 2.5 twists.
Which is 3.0.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So similar principle. Callie finishes up her list with the 14.5 some sort of pike. Yeah. Slightly over-rotated.
Yeah, I think she was slightly disappointed with that one.
Yeah, started off the competition really well the first couple of rounds and just dropped off. Which probably means she's going to struggle to get into that top 12 unless we see some drops in the last few dives.
Callie's come on great in the past couple of years. You know, I think back to when she was a bit younger and she had quite a small list of dives, and she's doing big dives now on 3 metre especially. So maybe slightly disappointed with that one, but she'll be good for 3 metre. And a nice final dive by Katie as well there.
Yeah, again, very consistent throughout. Judges probably haven't rewarded her with scores that she might have like just probably needs a little bit more form in some of the aerial work, but in terms of the board work and the entries, very strong, gets plenty of height out and pretty accurate on the water too. Amelia, reverse 1.5 some sort of pike.
Yeah, see, that's where it's hard with the toes over the board, like we said earlier. You know, you end up not being able to push in as much as you want. You want to be able to push through your toes into the board. And you end up being maybe near 0.5 metre to 1 metre lower than you want to be. And it's unfortunate for Amelia because her first 3 dives I actually thought were really, really good.
Yeah, she was well in there, looking like she was going to get into the final. Just the last 2 rounds have unfortunately cost her a place in the final.
Nothing to be ashamed of in your first nationals, though.
Absolutely not.
Always a scary environment to come into, and I think she's composed herself really well.
Elena with her reverse 1.5 some sort of 1.5 twist, probably her best dive of her 5.
Yeah, she puts it there for a reason. It's her big one to finish on. Highest ED, lovely dive. She's a great twister, and you know, when she's in those world environments and she puts it down the way she can, it can just leapfrog some people sometimes and get us to those medal positions.
Yeah, definitely. Now Yasmin finishes up with another 2.6, completely different dive though for 2.5 some sort of spike. Oh, good save.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to sail a little bit more over than that from where she came out in the pike shape.
She's still off the end of the board there. You know, she could still be even higher than that. But her strength is amazing. You know, she's on what I think her first proper full year of competitions last year internationally. She's done ones here and there, but you know, her diving has just been rocketing upwards, and she's a really exciting prospect for Team GB.
Yeah, she's really coming into her own now. Grace, obviously a little bit more experienced. Going to be battling it out with Yasmin though for the spots for Team GB at the competitions later on in the year. We've got the World Championships, the European Games for the seniors. as highlights.
Yeah, and only two people per event, so it's you know, it's a heated environment. You know, you've got maybe 5 or 6 really good British girls and boys per event, and there's going to be a lot to play for.
Yeah, it's almost a saviour that we have the 2 events rather than just 1 event to fight out for. Be a shame to not see any more diving from some of these divers for the rest of the year. Maya with a good finish, reverse 1/2 somersault pike. Again, very consistent throughout the whole competition.
Don't know if the judges have just penalised her there for a slight lack of form on her feet. Just lost her feet a little bit. Nice entry. Really consistent throughout the entire event. You know,
Yeah,
hovering
should be
around those
safely
medals.
through, I think. Now Catherine, forward 2.5, somersaults piked. Very nice, very, very nice from Catherine. Almost looked like she just chilled out in the air there.
Yeah.
Very calm.
Yeah. Diving is, I always say with Catherine, it's very fluid. The way that it's not janky, it's not muscly, it's just really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, there's not many divers that can go through the whole career and barely ever stamp a springboard.
Yeah.
I think Catherine's very impressive in that remark. And that's much better from Elizabeth as well.
Good one to finish on.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very strong again. Good finish through the water.
Yeah. 2 unfortunate hurdles, maybe. But always good to finish the event off on a good note. You know, I think that after those mistakes that she'll be obviously very disappointed at. Finishing on a good dive, high degree of difficulty with lots of points on the board, you know. Probably not going to make the final, but a really good way to finish and set yourself up for the 3 metre.
Reverse 1/2 from Holly. Again, pretty consistent. She was flying through after the first 4 rounds. It's definitely not going to do her any harm there. She'll be up from our top spots for the final. Takes her into 4th. 240.25, so good prelim there from Holly this morning. And our leader after 4 rounds. So that really impressive reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck from Amelia. Finishes up with a lower degree of difficulty. We saw this dive a lot of the divers' first round. Amelia opts to finish with it.
Left it a tiny bit short there, but
yeah, maybe a little bit cautious on that entry.
yeah.
Still, the judges not penalising too much. 7s to count. 265. I think that puts her in the lead. A bit of a gap of 15 points to Grace in 2nd as well. So great prelim from her. Now Nina was right on the brink after 4 rounds. She was 12th. Quite similar to her teammate, Amelia, just slightly short of vertical. I think it'll probably be enough to put her through to the final.
Yeah.
We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
it looks 9th with 2 left, so yeah. Oh, 1 left, sorry, just Claire. And this is the big one we've been excited for, left it right to the end to keep us engaged.
Yeah.
Thanks, Claire.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, really exciting. And I think pushing the boat out and pushing that field just that little bit more, you have to have people just being brave enough to do these big dives to be able to push the rest of the world further. Otherwise we can stagnate a little bit, but Claire's been really brave here, doing a 3.2, which you just do not see on women's 1 metre. So, fantastic.
Oh.
And, yeah, great effort.
It's all there. It's all
It
there.
is. It's a great effort.
Hurdle step probably wasn't as good as she would have liked, but no drama at all.
I think those scores are a little harsh. Yes, it was short, but the dive itself.
And to do it in a prelim as well
Yeah,
is brave,
yeah.
because obviously you've got competition to get into that final.
Yeah.
In the morning as well, where your body's probably not moving as fluidly as it may be in the afternoon.
But all the pieces of the puzzle are there.
Yeah.
You know, all the elements are there. She's got a fantastic full out on 3 metre.
Yeah, very, very, very easy as well.
Yeah. How exciting.
Yeah, good prelim there from the girls. I'm sure we'll hopefully get confirmation of the results on your screen shortly. You see the boys, or you may be able to hear the boys warming up for the 3 metre. I'm excited for this one. Your event, Jack, so we've got some expert co-commentary.
I promise I won't be too critical of my directed competition. No, I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a really good competition. Lots of people in it.
Yeah, it's a busy one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a long one, which is probably a good experience for the guys as well. When you go to World Championship events, the competitions can be hours long, so to get the practice in now is really important too.
Yeah, you know, I've been to world events before where there's 60, 65 people per event, and you know, the actual event itself takes between 4 and 5 hours. So having something that's not just 10, 12 divers like we've been used to throughout the events this year, having a 30-plus diver event is really good for these guys.
Yeah, there's competition routines that can change quite significantly between finals where you've only got 8, 12 divers, and then competition like that where you've got 50 divers, as you've mentioned. What would you tend to do differently in a competition where you've got so many people?
Well, to be honest with you, all these guys are very physically talented. Diving in those events where there's 50-plus people, 30-plus people is all about mental strength and being able to stay mentally focused throughout the entire thing. So sticking to a routine, but being able to actually disengage and bring yourself back as well from the competition. Not be overly focused on what everyone else is doing. You concentrate on just yourself, but you're able to do your dive, get in your mental space you need to be, and then disengage and bring yourself back in again. And that's through years of experience, Some people find it very easy. I myself, when I was younger, didn't find it quite as easy.
Yeah, I think I always found it difficult. Yeah. Very, very difficult. Just to, like you said, disengaging is such a good way of describing it, because you sat there, and for me, all I could think about for half an hour in between dives was the next round, and you inevitably have a lot of negative thoughts that can pass through your head, and you're thinking almost too much. Puts that extra bit of pressure on you. So, like you said, the word disengage is probably a really good description.
Yeah, it's super easy to just sit there and think about what you're doing, but also, think about what other people are doing, which you have effectively no control over whatsoever. So being able to just take yourself back from it and then bring yourself back in again is a skill that is definitely learned. And it's really important, because it's impossible to stay fully mentally focused for 2 to 5 hours. It just doesn't happen. One nice thing is, because diving is such a friendly sport, and when we're at the World Championships, we have representative from Great Britain, but we've got Yona there from Jamaica. You've got other people that are good friends. It's quite nice to sit together and almost help each other out in that sense, because you can talk, you can converse, and that helps.
So there we have our final results after the women's 1 metre preliminary event. Mentioned the top 12 divers go through, so you can see our brackets divers there who are our guests. Amelia taking the top spot after the prelim. Very impressive diving from her. Grace, our top ranking Brit. We'll go all the way down to rank number 12, which I think is Tilly. You see it flash up. 8th in the British event. What we have 4 guests above her. So, we've skipped.
That ain't right, I don't think.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So, our top 12 divers, a bit hard to follow here with the Team GB and the guests being in brackets, but we'll go down to Tilly. So, unfortunately there for Callie, just misses out by just over 3 points, so a real shame for her, but I'm sure she'll be back and ready to compete in the 3 metre individual and the 3 metre synchro event as well, so plenty left for her for the weekend. We get the final bits of the result. Oh, sorry, that is the final bits of the results. It's just confusing me now.
Yeah, with the 4 guests in there, it's difficult to follow, isn't it?
Thinking there's 17 divers in there, that's it.
All 4 guests making the final.
Yeah, all 4 guests, which is a rarity for us, a new one. We normally only have 2 guests in the final, so I mean the competition is hotly up with some of our international competitors. So we will leave you for a short break. We are following up with the men's 3 metre prelim at 11:30. So I hope to see you back then. Thanks for joining us this morning. See you back shortly.
Feeling that cost of living crunch? Labara are here to help.
All I want is great customer service and network, but for less.
That's why Labara gives you 15 gigabytes of 5G data and unlimited UK minutes and text for just £10 a month. Plus, no contract, change or cancel anytime.
An excellent customer service.
So what's stopping you joining the bill-busting revolution? Labara. More for less.
Welcome back to our second event of the second day of the British Diving Championships 2023. I'm Jack Haslam. I'll be taking you through the 3-metre competition for the males this morning. Again, delighted to be joined by Jack Law in your speciality event here, 3-metre. How are you looking forward to this morning's events, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm disappointed that I'm not competing, but I'll tell you something, it's a lot, I don't know, I feel a lot more comfortable being here than I do up there, I'll tell you that. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a really good event. You know, we've got some fantastic boys in men's 3-metre. You know, we always have, but over the past, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, it's really taken a step upwards. You know, we've got Jordan, who was fantastic last year at World Championships, got a medal on the Europeans, silver at Commonwealth. Dan, gold at Commonwealth Games. Some really big diving from him, come down from the 10-metre. Ross, fantastic comeback after a tear in the labrum. That's crazy. And we've also got some great international divers here as well. We've got James Heatley as well, who is obviously Olympian. We've got Yona. There's some big names, and I'm just really excited to sit here with my feet up and commentate on it.
I always say exactly the same thing now. Yeah. Now I'm retired. I'm coming back here. I get to see everyone, which is probably one of the best things anyway. Yeah. Just watch the diving and don't have the stress of competing. Fantastic. But you're in a slightly different place to me. Yours is a bit of a forced one rather than a decision like mine, so it's maybe not quite as comfortable, but I'm happy to have you joining me here, helping me out this morning anyway, so thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it's going to be a good event, a big event. This is the World Championship qualifier. And at the end of the day, the winner with the points.
Yeah, which the points are very attainable. I think it's only 3-8-5 and 3-9-5 in the prelim and then in the final. So the scores, if you got over those scores or under those scores and won, I would be absolutely gobsmacked, because that would just be unheard of. So those scores probably are not the thing to take into account. It's more going to be that top spot to get the World Championships. Of course, we have got the European Games as well, which we'll see. Probably the second and third place will potentially be selected. Obviously, there's some disclosure from the or discrepancies from the performance directors.
Yeah, the selection policy has always been fairly consistent for Great Britain. It's always been first with points goes, and then second place is usually discretion.
Yeah.
And that leaves, basically, it means it's got the opportunity for somebody to come here and do a good job. You know, if somebody does a good job and they win, they deserve to go. That is true. But sometimes, you know, your best performers, when they're targeting major international events, sometimes don't target these events as much. Sometimes can have a bad one. And that selection policy still gives the opportunity for the National Performance Director to make the decision and call on taking their best athlete, potentially, but also the winner of the Nationals, which I like. I think it's a really good system.
I agree. I think it's probably an improvement for what it was maybe 5-10 years ago. I think, like you said, it makes this competition mean something, because if you come here and you dive really well, but you potentially everything is just up to discretion, then it doesn't really mean as much. If you come here knowing the fact that if you win, you are pretty much going, with obviously slight clauses. It just means a little bit more for the event. So, and it also makes it a little bit more exciting for us too.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's all to play for. I mean, it's I think a better version of what America has. America is quite literally top 2 on the day. You do 3 lists: the prelims, semi-finals, and the finals. If you finish with the most points, and that doesn't mean necessarily winning on the podium at the end of the day. That means just the most points collectively over 3 events. You go. Which, you know, if some people just have a bad day. You end up not taking someone like David Badaya, for example, on 3-meter back in the 2020 qualifiers for the Olympics. He missed one dive in the final quite badly, and that was him out. And that's crazy.
It's tough. I mean, like you said, I guess the positives of that is it's very objective. At the end of the day, it's black and white. You do that and you go. But like you said, there's from a viewpoint of a performance director where you're aiming for medals. If you have got a diver such as yourself that has been to Olympic Games, World Championships over the last 10 years and medalled at multiple events, then you're obviously going to be wanting to select someone with that experience and that capability. So I think you're right in saying that it's definitely seems like a pretty good decision.
Yeah. There's no perfect balance, I don't think, but I think that
there's always going to be someone that's disappointed, isn't there? But that's nature of sport.
Yeah.
So we can see our judges are in place. We have a long event this morning, 32 divers. We've got plenty of guests in there as well. Mentioned this morning that top 12 divers go through. We do have a maximum of 6 guests though, so only 6 of our guests can go through.
I quite like the new system of the guests making it through. I think that, you know, obviously if 6 guests did make it through, for British divers, it cuts us down to only 6 spaces, but I think for trying to bring in international divers, if there's only that possibility of 2 making it through to the final, it really doesn't bring in any exciting people, really, because
it's a pull, isn't it? Yeah, it's a pull for those divers to come over to this event. If you know that only 2 people are going to go through to the final, it might think, oh, maybe I'll not bother coming because I might only have 1 prelim event. But if you can get 6 into there, then it's a bit more of an attractive competition to come to. And hopefully a good experience for them. British Nationals, I'd like to say, has taken a huge step up in the last few years in terms of the scope and scale of it.
Yeah, you look back 20 years and obviously we've got such depth now. I think that's the thing. It's you know, we've always had good quality divers, don't get me wrong, but we've got depth of field right now. It's not just 1 or 2 divers in each event. We've got 4, 5, even 6 potential candidates that could all be world finalists.
Absolutely.
I think we're so lucky to have that now, and it's testament to the fantastic work we've had at you know, grassroots clubs bringing people through, and all the way to the very top of the high performance centres, national performance director, all those kind of things that have helped culminate British diving to where it is now.
Absolutely. The strength in depth just really is ridiculous now. I think we got scores around 440 that didn't even medal at the last Nationals, which, like you said, in the past, the depth has just increased massively. We've also got a couple of new springboard competitors. One that I'm excited to see is Matthew Dixon, obviously well known on the 10-meter board, not so well known on the 3-meter, but he's just been out in America, got some really good scores and results over there on this board, so excited to see him. He's doing a back 3.5 as well, which is probably, would you say it's your hardest dive?
It's
not degree of difficulty wise, but obviously in terms of actual difficulty.
Yeah, I think globally it's probably recognised as one of the most difficult dives. You're standing backwards, you don't have that hurdle step to give you extra height, and you've got to fit in 3.5 somersaults. And unfortunately, when you're spinning backwards, you have to kind of almost tip over the rotation to kick upwards.
Yeah.
It's not like inward where you can kind of pike out and pike down. It's always a difficult direction back 2.5 and 1 metre, back 3.5 and 3 metre, incredibly difficult. To say that he's only been doing springboard for, I think, about 6 months, you know.
Yeah.
He's come on fantastically. He's a very consistent diver, and I think he's probably going to be, you know, ruffling a few feathers, because people will know that he's going to be there or thereabouts. And he's going to be playing for those top 3 spots possibly, and that's really exciting for Great Britain, but potentially quite unnerving for maybe some of the other competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned before as well, I think you used the words Matthew Dixon is still Matthew Dixon on 3 metre, the same as he does on 10 metre, meaning that he's always been such a consistent diver. He knows how to land on his head with a clean entry, and when he's doing those big dives down here as well, you don't necessarily have to have the wow rip entry that you do on 10 metre to get those top rankings in the world, so it can almost be a bit more beneficial for him being down on this springboard.
Yeah, I think it plays to his you know, advantages that he has in diving. And you know, he's always been that consistent diver ever since he was what, 12, 13 years old when he was at Commonwealth Games. I think he was so young, and he's always had that consistency. So if he rocks up on a 3 metre, 6 consistent dives the way that he does, good entry, nice form, good awareness, he's you know, there's no stopping what he can do potentially. Yeah,
his body's changed quite a little bit since that Commonwealth Games. He's now big lad, 6 foot tall, which is quite rare in terms of the diving world. So obviously on the taller scale, we see another tall diver returning, thankfully. Yona had a bit of a time out with his knee injury. He's back, not using his full high degree of difficulty list just yet. He's just working his way back into that competition. So we've had a little slight delay here. Due to start at 11:30, we've had a slight problem with the scoreboard, but I think we are ready to go now. Our first diver is someone you know very well, your former synchro partner, Dan Goodfellow. Doing a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists, so he's straight in with a 3.4 degree of difficulty. Hard dive to start the competition with. Very nice from Dan.
Yeah, nice and consistent, good hurdle step on the end of the board. Fairly good rhythm as well. Nice and accurate, good way to start the competition, especially after that delay. It can always be a bit, you know, scary being the first diver, but good start.
Yeah, when you stood up on that board, kind of waiting to go for a long time, you can have a lot of thoughts running through your mind. Obviously, you like to be a certain level of dry to wet as well, which certain divers would, excuse my wording.
Yeah, and of course.
But yeah, so it can just affect that as well. Next up, Johan. Starts with a forward 3.5 somersaults pike.
That's unfortunate from him. It's a really, really good top. He's obviously he's synchro partners with Yona, which is really exciting for them. Trying to get Team Jamaica to the Olympics in synchro will be a fantastic achievement, and it's completely within their within their grasp. They can definitely do it. A little bit over rotated there. Great top, but just unfortunate on the end. I think he's been caned on his entry there.
Yeah, it's a shame because when I've seen Johan dive in the past, his forward 3.5 is normally one that's really consistent, similar to Yona. Yona's forward 3.5 is extremely consistent, so it's a bit of a shame there that just dropped that in the first round. Someone you may be very familiar with.
My boy.
Went to the Tokyo Olympic Games, James Heatley. Had a bit of an up and down start to the year. He's had a bad back injury to start the year, but great start there with him with 3.5.
Really good start. It's been his starting dive for a long time now. He used to start on 205B. I think it's a really, really good one for him. just a little bit more leg form, and he's going to be getting those higher marks maybe. But I think a really good way to start this competition off and start the day off as well.
Absolutely. I think if you're over 70 points in your first round, probably pretty happy. So our second of our guests, Matteo from Italy, in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Slightly easy on the degree of difficulty, 3.0, but very nicely executed.
A little bit back from the board. I think that, yeah, the judges will probably mark him down for that, but I think the actual form that he has, and I saw him at Junior Worlds when he was competing a few years ago, very, very good and very consistent at a 2.5 pike list. Really, really good junior diver. Making that step up into senior, obviously a bit more difficult, having to throw some harder dives in there. But from what I've seen so far, he's a real prospect for the future.
Yeah, really good leg form and toe point that pike shape, which is always very impressive. Another guest we have here, Ollie from Sweden, starting off with a forward 2.5 pike. This one's just 2.4, so the lowest degree of difficulty dive that we will see today, I believe. Oh no, that's not true, because your synchro partner is using your synchro list, isn't he? I forgot that.
He's not quite doing a full list, let's say, for individual. He's doing the synchro list, which involves 2 required dives. We've been, I guess, not bullying him, let's say, but we've been teasing him for doing a back and reverse dive. But you know, he's got a very consistent other 4 dives, and I think for him, because I'm not able to do this competition, it's really important that he can get an individual competition, get a bit of variation in what he does for our World Championships later this year.
Absolutely. Declan with his first dive, in with 2.5 somersaults tuck, starting on those standing ones, getting to the competition. I know he mentioned before about he's put an extra dive in his list in this year of the forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists, which is the biggest dive in his list. That one's just a 2.7 compared to the 3.4, so he's going to have a big step up later on in the competition. Now Jona, great to have him back. Missed the Nationals in the winter up in Edinburgh due to his knee surgery. He's starting off with his first twisting dive, forward 2.5 somersaults with 1 twist.
Yeah, Jona's always got that fantastic entry. You know, for someone that's 6'2", being able to go through the water that cleanly is just, you know, it's unfair. It really is. And you know, such a huge operation, an 80% tear of his quad. It's nuts to come back from within 6 months and be competitive in the world event back in Canada a couple of weeks ago. He's done a great job. He's so focused and motivated, and getting back to where he is just such a testament to who he is as a person.
I think he's a real example for any youngster as well. Like, when you get an injury, it's easy to wallow a little bit, but he's not done that. He's done exactly what you need to do. I don't want to skip over that one from Oliver, because that was a beautiful dive.
I absolutely love that. Yeah, a little bit slow in the rotation, don't get me wrong, but the awareness and the line through the water was just beautiful. A few harsh marks, I think. I was, yeah.
Yeah, that entry is always a one to wow at. Another quite long stature like Jona, which I think can help going through the water cleanly. You probably have a little bit less surface area compared to your height. David from Sweden with a back 2.5 to kick us off for his event.
Nice height.
Yeah, rotating backwards really on the first dive. We mentioned on the 1 metre earlier that it's probably more common for divers to be comfortable spinning forwards. David's obviously quite comfortable starting on that back 2.5. Francesco with his first dive, similar to Dan, as we've seen. A 4.5 somersaults with 2 twists, 3.4 to start off, so quite a high degree of difficulty starting dive.
I really like that. I think the dive itself was quite neat. The entry was really nice. Slightly short, and maybe just think there's a little bit more toe point, but for an opening dive, I think that's pretty mega.
Yeah, it had a nice flow to it, I think, didn't it?
Yeah.
From the flick into the twists. Now, Jake, I've always been very impressed with him. He's still only a junior.
Yeah.
He's very strong. It always impresses me how steep his starts are. He can stand the dive so high out of the board. Yeah,
he has such power for someone, you know, who's only been diving at this kind of level for a couple of years now. The power is unbelievable. His speed is crazy. You know, he's got a beautiful steep start on there, and all of a sudden he's done 1 twist in an absolute blink of an eye. Good entry, nice consistent start from him.
So next up, someone that we're both very familiar with.
Of course.
Ross Haslam starts off with his easiest dive. 3.0, the back 2.5 somersaults pike. Good hold there.
Yeah, very good hold. No biases here, Jack.
Yeah, well,
best behaviour. But a really good dive.
People at home would forgive me for being a little bit biased.
I think so too. Yeah, I really, really like Ross's diving. I think he's so accurate and very clinical with how he dives. Really good opening dive. Obviously, an easier dive, but one that he finds, you know, he doesn't find that very easy to do. And it's very easy for him to just wash it over potentially, but he held it really well.
I thought he kicked his feet out, might just wash it over.
Yeah, he did a good job.
So there's such a huge jump up from the back 2.5 pike to the back 3.5, which is why Ross has just opted to stick with the back 2.5 for now. Maxwell from Dive London.
Yeah.
He starts with an in-between 2.5 somersaults pike.
Max, again, another taller diver, but works the board really well and can actually, you know, put out some quite hard dives, considering I haven't seen him diving so much. He's only been at a couple of national championships. But his diving has really, really elevated over the past couple of years.
Yeah, when you have that long frame, doing an in-between 2.5 somersaults pike can be quite daunting sometimes, because obviously your feet come quite close to the board, but he's got enough strength to make sure he's pushed up and out into the air, so his feet are plenty further enough away. Stefano from Italy. We've got a number of guests this morning in the event, so there's still going to be, despite 6 of them allowed through to the final, there's still going to be a real battle to get into that top 12 for them.
I don't know if you'll know the answer to this, Jack. Is it 2 maximum per country, or is it actually as an unlimited amount of people that can go through?
I believe it's just all guests.
If you make it in the top 12, you're in.
I believe so, but you're making me doubt myself now, Jack.
I have no idea. I just thought I'd ask.
No, well, that is what it's like at a lot of international events, isn't it? So I completely understand the question. I haven't been told otherwise. Is I guess my answer. Nikolaus with his in-between 2.5 somersaults pike. Saw him yesterday in the 10 metre synchro event. Now Jordan came second in this event last year in this pool. Felt like a bit of a breakthrough competition for Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, he's done an excellent job there. You can see his toes just over the end, but he is such a little pocket rocket. I've never seen strength like it. It's actually incredible to watch. A beautiful entry into the water. I really enjoyed competing alongside him last year. You know, it's really nice having someone fresh on the team and be able to compete there. He made a world final, Commonwealth medal, European medal as well. You know, he's a fantastic competitor, and I really feel like he's found his consistency, found his feet quite well. Yeah,
I agree. And also, I think you really know it's a compliment when Jack Law calls you a pocket rocket. Arthur Turner-Rowe from the City of Sheffield. His first time at this event. In 2.5 somersaults pike, very steady start.
Yeah, good start for him. I think that he's been mildly caned by the judges there, but I actually didn't mind that at all. I thought it was a nice dive. A little bit slow, maybe just needs to work on that speed just slightly so we can bring it round a little bit more, but for a first dive at your first British Nationals, it's a good one to start on.
Yeah, a lot of the fundamentals were there. I think the dive was neat and tidy, good entry, just like you said, maybe just a little bit slow, which is why the judges have penalised scores slightly. The same dive again from Todd.
I'm not going to jinx it, but Todd has got a mega entry sometimes. Oh, damn it, I did jinx it. No, he honestly, the Nationals gone in Edinburgh, he amazed me. His entry into the water is absolutely beautiful. An up-and-coming diver, and a good start there, actually. You know, it's not bad. It's not as, nice in between half pike. I think he used to do it tuck, so probably a first time out for that one, and well executed.
Yeah, when you're still a junior diver to come to this event and use a pike list is already impressive. I think there's some junior divers in here now, they're using way more than a pike list. So, you know, the likes of Leon using forward 4.5, and not only using it, he's capable of executing it very well as well. So, great to see. And speaking of Leon, that's his first dive in 2.5 somersaults pike.
Good height. Always said that about Leon. He's so strong, such a strong lad. He came up and trained at Leeds for a week, and we had a good time. But it's really exciting to see these. You know, I don't get to see it so much being on the senior international circuit.
Yeah.
But it's so exciting having these juniors coming through and performing the kind of dives to the standards that they do as well.
Conor Leno starts with a forward 2.5 somersaults pike, so a little bit lower down the degree of difficulty, but very, very nicely executed.
Yeah, when it's a little bit lower on DD, you obviously want to make sure that you absolutely nail it. I think Conor's done a great job there. You are restricted by the low degree of difficulty, so you've got to make sure that the actual judges' raw scores are good as well.
Yeah, sometimes you almost get a little bit of a double penalisation, it feels like, from the judges when you opt for the lower scores. I think when you do a big dive and you execute it well, you can almost get that double reward because it's so impressive to be able to do that dive in the first place.
You get that wow factor, don't you?
Yeah.
Lovely pike shape.
Yeah, very, very nice. Just stuck his bum out a little bit on the start, which just meant it took him out into the water a little bit. Didn't quite get all those rotations in. That's why you just see it stay slightly short of vertical. Another Swede, Max. We've seen this dive with the 1 and the 2 twists so far. Max has opted in with the 1 twist, so it's 3.0. Very nice, though.
Really good. A little bit forward, a little bit further away from the board. The judges are always looking for you being, you know, kind of not too far forward, not too close, that kind of Goldilocks area where you want to be. But they might have judged slightly harsh on that because of the distance, but I thought a really good steady dive.
Yeah, it's a real fine line between being close enough to the board to the judges to think that's great balance and also not too close to the board to think it's dangerous.
Exactly.
Like on the inward dives, especially when your feet are coming past the board, you've got to be brave enough to stand up tall, which Lachlan's done there very, very nicely, just with the 1.5 somersaults pike. So on to Noah. Back up to the 3.0s. And the forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Often referred to as the full out, you may hear. We call it the full out when you twist after the somersault. If you twist before the somersault, you might hear it referred to as the full in.
Goes with saying, though, for those who don't quite know diving as well, that they have the same degree of difficulty regardless of where you do the twist. Unlike gymnastics, where it'd be an entirely different skill, the skill is still performed as a 2.5 with 1 twist regardless of where you do the twist.
Yeah, you're one of the rare ones that does it first on the 1 meter, aren't you? There's not many, the male divers that do the full in on 1 meter. You do it slightly differently.
First on 1 meter and do the twist after the somersault on 3 meter, which is interesting.
A few more twists on the 3 meter for you there.
Oh,
beautiful from Elias.
Oh, wow, what an entry! And you know, a few little tiny points here and there with a bit more tidy, a bit more height out on the board would be nice, but what an entry.
Yeah, I'm surprised the judges have only gone with the 7s just because of that entry, but as you mentioned, obviously they've got to consider the form in the feet and the balance in the start, which I didn't think were necessarily too far.
Bad either. Yeah.
But great entry. It's great for us to watch at least.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I really, really enjoyed that. It really had that slight X factor to it.
Absolutely.
Even though it's an easier dive.
Now, Theophilos with the full out again. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Just left it slightly piked on the hips on the entry. So the entry's pretty clean through the water, but only gets 7s and 6.5s. You can make sure he straightens out at the hips a little bit more. You'll see even higher scores. Another exciting junior diver, Hugo Thomas. Again, doing some really hard dives in his list this morning. Starting off with the in-between half somersaults pike. And we'll see him do up to the reverse 3.5, and now 3, I believe. Very nice start from him, though.
Yeah, I thought that was lovely. The entry's obviously super clean, super neat. Great distance. Like you say, it's always hard getting that balance right on in with 2.5 pike. A little bit easier to hide it with the 3.5 tuck, I think, but when you're spinning pike towards the board, you can really see how far your legs are away. It's very obvious, but a great opening dive. And again, lovely entry. It's what I'm always looking for. It's what we're all looking for, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes you, like you said, gives it that wow factor a little bit more. Again, Ewan with the same dive, and very similar in terms of execution. Comes out quite early on that dive, so I almost had to have a little rethink and slightly pike again before he straightened out. But ended up pretty upright. His former teammate, Matthew Dixon, now diving in Dive London, formerly of Plymouth Diving Academy. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike.
Oh.
Great start from Matthew.
Yeah, a little bit off the end of the hurdle step, but great height out of the board. And you can see that he's just over rotating. He's come up very slightly late on the somersault, but a good opening dive.
Yeah, very consistent. Not going to be too disappointed with that. No dramas. Maybe a little bit more left in his entry as well. Your synchro partner then.
Yeah, really pushing the boat on the degree of difficulty this morning. No, he's doing his synchro list because Anthony has just opted to do just synchro with me for the running to the Olympic Games. Focus entirely on that synchronized event. Try to put our best foot forward and give ourselves the best opportunity of trying to make a medal maybe in the future. And I think it's really important for him to do this where he's not got myself alongside him.
Yep.
To have a bit of variation to how he's going to feel, just to change it up and stretch him that little bit.
Interesting to say as well that the back and reverse dive that he'll be doing the first and second round get a 2.0 in the synchro event, unfortunately. Just a 1.8 there in the individual.
Yeah.
All optional dives in this event, whereas the synchro have set dives for the first 2 rounds. Oh, well, not set dives, should I say, set degree of difficulties. Danny with his first dive, back up to the 3.0s in between half pipe. We've seen that quite a lot in this first round. I think it's similar to what we said on the 1 meter with the females. They tend to start quite commonly with it inward 1.5. The boys today starting with a lot of in between half somersaults pike too. Playing very nicely with Joseph following up with the same dive.
Very common opener, I guess.
I used to open on this dive before I changed it to 3.5.
And yeah, that's a shame there because I actually thought that takeoff was really good by Joe. He's over in America at university at the moment, and it's really nice to see him again. Haven't seen him in a few months, but his diving's definitely come on since he left, which is always good to see. That top was really, really good. Just held on a little bit too long, over rotated, and that's how it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it is good that we've seen a lot of young divers now getting the opportunity to go over to America, studying. Obviously, a lot of them on scholarships over there as well. So it's great that diving is obviously giving them the opportunity to, really explore life over there and come out with a degree at the end of the day as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Dan, second round, first diver in with 3.5 somersaults tuck.
Pretty nice, yeah. Very consistent. I've always been amazed at Dan. He spins so fast. That's always been his ability.
Yeah, he's got a different style to quite a lot of the divers, to be honest. He doesn't necessarily move the springboard as much as some of our other divers. For example, Johan is going to move the board a lot more, but like you said, he spins so fast he can still make all those hard dives. I think his back 3.5 is probably at its best one of the best in the world as well, which is very impressive.
Yeah, it's always about playing to your strengths, isn't it? It's about knowing who you are as a person, who you are as a diver, and then using those strengths to try and get the best scores, I guess. Good recovery from Johan.
Yeah, I was literally going to say exactly the same thing. 6s, very steady scores from the judges. First dive probably wasn't as good as he would have really liked to. He's normally very consistent with his forward 3.5 somersault pikes. Now James, he started with an inward 3.5. Now he's just dropping down to his easiest degree of difficulty dive. Back 2.5 somersaults pike. Mentioned that did have a quite bad back injury at the start of the year, which has meant his preparation for the season didn't go as smoothly as planned, but he's been back in training now, looking very sharp there on his back 2.5.
Yeah, It's yeah, it really put a, I don't know, really put a big issue in front of him with a back injury like that. It's the recovery time. You know, it's not only physical, but it's also mental as well. And getting back into that state of being able to be at your best is always difficult. But he's done a cracking job, and it's always so lovely to compete with James. He's one of my closest friends, and seeing him do well. He is, yeah, and he's a great character to have on a team as well.
Absolutely.
Should say that was a beautiful dive by Matteo
absolutely.
as well.
Matteo forward 3.5 somersaults pike. You mentioned in the first round saying, no, he's got the class. His pike list is very elegant looking, great pike shapes, great form. Almost looks like a ballerina with his ankle flexibility and toe point. Next up, Ollie. Same dive, Sweden. Great recovery from that hurdle step.
Yeah, really good recovery.
Back off the end of the board, but had confidence in himself to be able to push in with enough strength to get out of the end of the board and fit all those 3.5 somersaults in. Judges, you can see, have probably penalised him a little bit with just the 6ers, just because of that takeoff. The rest of the dive was very nice, especially the entry. Now Declan with the first of his 2 forward twisting dives. 14 somersaults with 1 twist this time out. Very nice dive from Declan.
Yeah, I've always been amazed by Dec's board timing. Unfortunately, he actually missed down the board slightly, which I'm very, you know, I never really see. But he's done a really good job with it. Stood it up very, very nicely. Got a good entry. Middle score a little bit harsh, I think, but I think 7, 6.5, very, very good to put some points up on the board.
Yeah, with 32 dives in this morning's event, it's going to be a real battle to get in those top 12 spots. So obviously it's very important for everyone in the event to make sure they put out some of their best dives this morning too.
Sometimes a bit easier to take your foot off the gas a little bit in a prelim because you're thinking, well, I'm going to save it for the final. But
yeah. Very nice dive from the owner again. That rip entry you referred to in the first round, exactly the same there. Maybe just, you could see a slight 2 legs in when he hit the water there, which is why you're not going to see the higher scores.
Yeah, I think after his recovery, after his knee, he hasn't got that full power back yet. Full confidence in it, maybe. Usually you used to stand that back 2.5 pike ups through the roof. So it's a little bit further back, and he still kicks in the same place as he used to. He's just got to pull it that little bit more, and when you pull, sometimes it goes, you know, slightly to the one side of yourself, and maybe a little twist on the end. But we'll forgive him for that.
I don't know, maybe not.
Wow.
Oliver again started off with the beautiful in between half somersaults tuck, and followed it up again. He's definitely one to watch with those rip entries.
Yeah, doing a slightly easier list of dives, but like I say, when you're a bit younger, and having those foundations in place where you can do those easier dives well is such a fantastic thing for moving forward, because when you do start to add somersaults, you've already got that base that you can improve on. Yeah, really excited to see.
Now David, reverse 2.5 somersaults back. First one of this dive we've seen so far today.
Done a good job as well. Nice and upright, maybe just slightly loose through the water to throw up a little bit of splash, but starting with back and reverse is always, you know,
yeah.
Must be his preference, I guess.
Yeah, pretty accurate though through the dive. A few little bits just to neaten up in and around his technical spots. Now Francesco following up his first round twisting dive with his second round twisting dive, which is unusual to use your first 2 dives as both twisting dives. Reverse 2.5 somersaults, 1.5 twist this time. 3.3 this one. His last dive was a 3.4. But again, pretty consistent from Francesco.
Yeah, probably just a little bit loose through the water. Unfortunately, I think he probably wanted that nice clean entry that he got on double out, obviously. But, you know, good and consistent. But you're right, very interesting to see people do 2 twisting dives back to back. You very rarely see that.
Especially as the first 2 as well. I think it's quite common, especially on 3 metre. They tend to be the higher degree of difficulty dives of people's lists as well. So very interesting. Jake following up his first round dive with an 2.5 somersaults pike, and I'm not going to critique much out of that.
No.
I think that was very, very nice.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Again, I said it in the first round, power out the board is fantastic. Nice and flat in that pike shape. And, you know, overall, pretty nice dive. And he's a nice kid as well, Jake. He trains with me in Leeds, and He works really, really hard. He's got the opportunity now to dive for Ireland. And I think he's obviously giving it his all to try and qualify for the Olympic Games.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always good when you see someone work hard, see him rewarded with the results is always nice. Hopefully Ross can do similar. Oh, very nice. Very nice.
It's just a prelim, Ross. Calm down. Nah, it's a good dive from Ross. He's, yeah, you know, I've been training over here in Sheffield and training with someone like Ross. He's come back from that injury, and he trains so hard. His work ethic is fantastic. To to see him with a bit, I will say, a mild advantage being in your home pool. That is to be said. But to see him doing well and to see him thriving again is just so enjoyable.
Yeah, obviously I'm very proud of him as well. He's had a bad year last year with his, well, multiple injuries, should we say, but like you say, and talk about Jake as well, when you see someone that works so hard that gets results, it is really, really satisfying. Maxwell, forward 3.5 somersaults pike.
Yeah, a long way around when you're 6 foot, however many inches in. I mean, not a rude way, obviously.
I wish I was 6 foot.
I wish I was as well. Don't we all? Yeah, it's a lot of dive. And like I said, Max has improved his list massively with degree of difficulty.
Oh,
that's a shame.
There's our first real bad hurdle we've seen. Stefano's chosen to have a restart, which means that the judges will give their usual scores and we'll have 2 points deducted from each one.
I think the correct decision, though, because taking off on a reverse from there is dangerous.
Yeah, it takes quite good composure to be able to do that, and a very good decision, because there's no way he would have been able to do a dive as well as that from where he was on that hurdle step.
No, I mean, you are penalised, but I think, heart beating through your chest.
6 there from Judge 2 is a bit harsh.
I think so too. I think, you step at the back of the board for your hurdle step again, your heart's beating through your chest, the adrenaline's pumping, and to be able to put out a performance and a good dive like that is obviously something to be said.
I remember doing that at the Commonwealth Games, and it was all I could think in my head was, please don't do it again. Please don't do it again.
Yeah.
And thankfully, it ended up being a good decision to stop with it, and similar there. So, good dive, good reverse 2.5. Nikolaus, he's followed up his first one dive with a 42.5 somersaults with 1 twist. Again, very steady diving from him.
Yeah, I really like that entry to the water there. And I think that, for me, it's always a lasting impression, isn't it? It's a thing that the judges see, and when you do a fantastic entry like that, your judging marks are always going to be higher. They almost forget what's gone on before it. But it was a lovely dive, really well worked.
Yep, now Jordan with his 3.5 somersaults top. Oh, so easy.
Yeah, God. You can almost do another somersault on that.
He said this morning that he wasn't feeling quite as fluid, and he struggled. He didn't make it as well as he wanted. Well, he said he came out where he normally does, but obviously with his body not moving as well. But definitely looks like his body's woken up there, absolutely cruised round. Just a little bit of sharpness left in that entry, but no dramas at all from Jordan.
Yeah. So strong and so high and comfortable with where he is when he's spinning. Probably had those slight doubts from this morning, maybe struggling moving a little bit, and he's brung those doubts into the competition potentially. But hopefully he'll make the final and be able to reset later on.
Absolutely. Arthur turned a row. 3.5 somersaults pike. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed.
Yeah, really good performance, It's I've done a couple of competitions with Arthur, and he's had some up and down ones here and there, but so far so good for him. Really, really good to see him put out his best, because that was a beautiful dive.
Yeah, 66 points. I think he'll be pretty happy with that one. Coach Tony Alley.
Looking very happy.
Yeah. Very experienced and accoladed diver himself. Went to, I think it was three Olympic Games.
Yeah.
Which is
incredible achievement.
Yeah.
I should say so myself.
Now Todd with a forward 3.5 somersaults pike, following up from Arthur. Didn't quite have the same entry through the water, just left it slightly short of vertical. It's a lot of dive to fit in, especially when you're a junior. Probably don't have the strength quite yet of some of our senior athletes, but that will definitely come throughout his development over the next couple of years, I'm sure.
It's hard transitioning from that 2.5 tuck list to pike, and then the 2.5 pike to 3.5 tuck is always a hard transition.
Leon definitely has no trouble in making this one. He also does it with an extra somersault as well later on in his list, so looking forward to seeing that one, but very nice dive from him. I think the judges probably just penalise that come out a little bit. He's just like, there's a little bit of an unorthodox way of coming out of his dives, especially his forward entries.
Yeah, but I love his diving. It's unique in a way, you know, and I always like that.
It's quite stylish almost, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got flair, let's say.
Yeah, almost like a skier or a snowboarder kind of. Connor with a 4.5 somersaults with 1 twist. Again, very neat and tidy. Probably a little bit left in that entry.
I was saying the exact same thing.
He's got quite a good rip entry normally, so maybe just needed to squeeze those arms a little bit more, get that flat palm entry to bring all the water down with him. One of our Greek guests, and of Athanasios. Another 4.5 somersaults with 1 twist, and again, very nicely executed. Sometimes in these morning prelims you can see a few dives that go here and there. So far, so good. We've not seen many dramas in the first 2 rounds so far.
Yeah, obviously an easier dive with just 1 twist on the 2.5 somersaults, but it's always so nice watching that dive when it goes right. It's just very fluid. It just rolls through the rotations, and it's always nice to watch, especially when you put an entry on like that as well.
Do you have a favourite dive to watch, Jack?
Not that. Oh, okay, I was going to say favourite dive to do. It isn't that one, I'll tell you that. Oh, I don't know, you know.
I like a good reverse 3.5. I think.
Yeah.
Max with an in-between 2.5 somersaults pike. Very good again, consistent. A little bit left in the form. I think when he's spinning around in his pike shape, could just a little bit more leg tension, toe point. Help the judges want to give him a little bit higher scores, but again, very nice diving. Yeah, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I think that you're right. They're probably almost the easier ones when they're done to perfection are almost better, because sometimes you're fitting so much stuff in on the bigger dives, it just looks not as appealing. But when you do like a reverse 3.5 on 3 metre or 10 metre just correctly, it just looks fantastic. I thought a good, Lachlan, younger diver, doing in-between half pike there. Just needs that little bit more rotation, a bit more stand up over the board, but I think judges have been a bit harsh, but it's good dive. Use the in-between 1.5 pike first to lead up the in-between 2.5 pike in the second round.
I like it.
Good tactics.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier about our trip to Cameroon in 2006. I wouldn't be surprised if Lachlan's one of those that has a birthday after that.
Yep.
Not exactly sure of his date of birth. We don't have access to that in our information or notes.
Noah there, I will say. Fantastic dive. Beautiful, beautiful dive. First competed against him in G-Star last year. Really, really neat lines. Really, really beautiful diving, especially for a junior. And out of Aberdeen as well, which must be one of the first. It must be one of the first divers to come out of that pool, because it's a new facility, which is great for diving.
Yeah, absolutely. There's obviously not that many setups over the country with the cost of having a diving pool in cities. So in terms of having an extra one over the country means hopefully we can get more people involved, more access to better facilities. Like you said, it's great that we've got a program now. We've also got a new program getting set up in Birmingham as well. So again, great to see that we'll have a bit more of a spread. There's not many. Well, I don't think there's any really in the Midlands.
No, my mum and dad both from Midlands. If I was born there, I never would have had the opportunities that I've had. You're same for yourself. You're born in Sheffield. There just happens to be a diving pool here. There's swimming pools everywhere. There's football pitches everywhere. But getting into diving is difficult, and it is almost just luck of the draw, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I fell into it a little bit. I think you were quite similar in terms of lessons and then into squads. They do have a lot of TID, talent identification programs, where we go into schools, but it's funny, I think myself, Tom was someone that wasn't ever identified. Yona, I think, did Yona get talent identified?
I think Yona was TID, Chris Mears wasn't, Dan wasn't. We just started at small clubs just out of curiosity, basically, and out of parents being like trying to get rid of us, I guess. But it's worked out obviously very well for us.
Now Hugo started off really well in the first round, following up with a back to some sort of pike. Again, a lot to like about that dive.
Yeah. Really, really good height out the board. I think Hugo's another one, similar to Leon. I guess that's why they did synchro. Very, very strong. Really, really strong, and just needs to work that line through the water a little bit more, maybe a little bit more confidence on his come out, but actually, you know, a good, stable second dive. Looking for no dramas.
Yeah, if you can go through your list of 6 dives with no dramas, you're going to be round and about those top 12 marks, I think, or top 12 places, sorry. Ewan with a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Probably not as sharp as he would expect for himself. He makes his dive so easily. Just came out a little bit early and left it slightly shorter vertical.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing Ewan on the springboard, kind of similar to Matt Dixon. You usually see him on the platform, and really, really good to see him, you know, broaden his horizons and do something different, because he's got an absolute killer entry on 10 metre. He really has.
And he can do the hard dives as well. He's very physically talented as well.
Speaking of Matt Dixon.
An even busier event for you in the future.
Yeah.
Matthew Dixon, 14.5 somersaults, 2 twists. Again, good steady dive from Matthew.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit left in that entry still from him.
Yeah, I think he's, you know, he's watching Matt. He's always going to be around, you know, average to amazing. He can do some incredible dives, but he very rarely drops, and that's what's so good about his diving, is his consistency and his ability to always be there.
Real talent. So another big dive from Anthony.
Yeah,
reverse dive pike.
Yeah.
Just a 1.9 from him. We've already mentioned that he is competing in synchronous that he'll be doing with the man sat alongside me.
Yeah, I will, you know, say from his teammates' perspective, he's got a very good reverse dive. He's got washed slightly over on that. You know, I think that maybe a little bit of potential nerves, or, you know, being in an individual event or whatever, but 2 good opening required dives. If he does them alongside me, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. Back in reverse dive, I always feel like there's a lot of pressure on those dives in the synchro events. They're easy to over push and get your legs up too quick, or do the opposite and make it stuck. But yeah, very nice dive from Anthony. So Danny following up with a 14 somersaults with 1 twist again. Very steady diving from him.
Yeah.
114 total. We're coming up to our last dive of the second round from Joseph. He's dropping his degree of difficulty, 2.4.
Yeah.
Very nicely executed though.
Love it when you go through the water so cleanly like that, and you just see those 2 bubbles come up the side later on. Joe's got a really good, nice entry, and I think that a nice follow-up to his first dive.
Yeah, that 3 bubble entry is what's often coached as a youngster in diving. You practice as you hit the water, breaking those arms to the side, so you almost pull the water down and then release it into those bubbles. Now, picking up the ante a little bit, Dan, into the 3rd round. We'll start seeing some of the even more difficult dives.
Yeah. People usually put their, I guess, they almost go in difficulty order through 3 metre, really, don't they? They put their most comfortable ones at the start and then their highest hitters at the end. And Dan's got a fantastic 307 usually.
Yeah, very nice entry, slightly shorter vertical.
Yeah, he's not going to be the most happy with that, but what I would say is fantastic was that hurdle step was perfect. It was bang on the end of the board. Something that Dan's had a little issue with in the past is the hurdle, but a really, really good sign for the final, which you know, will be obviously later tonight. Just a little bit slow, a little bit short, but you know, he's got that fantastic awareness on 307 to be able to actually still put an entry on it and salvage something that was potentially going short and turn it into 6.5s. It's a great skill to have, one that I'm very jealous of.
So our biggest dive of the competition so far, the forward 4.5 somersaults took from Johan. Unfortunately, didn't quite get all those rotations in. It's a lot of dive. You need to squeeze into that tuck shape so tight that you can get all those rotations round. Unfortunately there from Johan, it's a bit of a drop from him.
Yeah, something, you know, doing a 109 as someone who's 5'6" is hard, don't get me wrong, but being over 6 feet tall and having to fit all those rotations in, because everywhere is just bigger, you know, you're spinning around, it takes longer to get around, so you need to utilise that strength up the board, which Johan has, and it's just unfortunate he's dropped it short. And that comes with competition experience as well. He's very new on the scene in a way, and a fair bit of pressure, I guess, in trying to qualify for the Olympics.
And James reverse 3.5, very accurate again from James.
Yeah.
He's always so impressive. His awareness and his in his dives, especially forward and inward, but also on back and reverse. He's so accurate at making sure, even when he doesn't have potentially the start that he might be looking for, that kicks his feet out in the right place and gets a great entry.
Yeah, that was, you know, a nice hurdle step from him. A little bit slow, I think, on the spin speed, but he knew that and he kicked up. But it's always a bit of a dangerous game when you're going out a little bit slow and you want to kick up because he's just washed a little bit over. But nice and consistent. Oh, wow.
Well, Matteo, we've been very impressed with him so far.
I love that. I think there's very few things that are wrong with that, and I think that one of the judges has got that quite wrong, in my professional opinion. And you know, I think that the form out the board, the rhythm on the board as well, and just how that dive flows through it, is just, I don't know, mesmerising to watch.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by his aerial work as well. His form and his elegance. Yeah, he's something I like watching him diving.
Yeah, and I judge on feel as well. If I'm judging, I judge how it makes me feel, and I watch that and it makes me very happy. Another nice dive follow-up as well. I've been impressed with Ollie so far.
Ollie again, very consistent.
New dive for deck.
Yeah, you mentioned previously we had the inward 1.5 in the first round, followed by an inward 2.5. Deck had the forward 2.5 with one twist in the last round. He's now adding another twist, so almost works as a lead up into this dive. It's his hardest dive of the competition. Well done, Deck.
He's got it around well. Mildly stampy hurdle again, but you know, just 1 year ago when we were here at the exact same venue doing the exact same event, he was doing a full tuck list, and now he's doing almost a full pike list, and he's doing a 3.4 degree difficulty. It's a lot of new dives for him, and he's executed that really well.
Exactly, and he also fell in on that dive in Edinburgh as well, which I'm sure he won't mind me saying is one that can affect your confidence on it as well. So in a prelim, puts a lot of pressure on it, but he's handled that pressure really well, and a good dive. Now, Yona, doing exactly the same dive. You can compare like for like.
Oh,
Nice dive again from Yona.
A little bit forward from the board, but always amazed at how Yona can get those dives around, and he's got such nice line as well. I'm sure he will relish in me saying, you know, I think that when he comes out of those dives, he always finds that straight position.
Yeah, you're pretty confident if Yona lands anywhere near upright, it's going to rip.
Oh, God, yeah, yeah.
And this man as well is someone that I'm pretty confident after the first 2 rounds especially. If he lands anywhere near upright, he's got a beautiful entry. Hopefully I don't put the jinx on him.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, there it is.
There it is, exactly. Snuck it in a little bit.
Yeah.
Slightly slow in the rotation, but came out at the perfect time and just disappeared through the water. So nice work from him.
Yeah. Probably not going to get the highest judging marks, but he gets big respect from everyone around the pool. Yeah, it's just a little bit slow, you know. I think that's absolutely fine. It's something to work with, and those, like I say, the bare bones of his diving look really strong. So, yeah, good to see.
Absolutely. David, again, he's been quite impressive so far. Neat and tidy diving in between off pike. Very important to be neat and tidy on this one, as he is.
David's a super nice guy. Studying over in Texas, TCU, Texas Christian University, I think it's called.
Not to be stereotypical, but I feel like all the Swedish divers have always been really friendly and nice whenever I've come across them.
Any Scandinavian people are just lovely, aren't they, I guess. But yeah, he's a nice guy and doing some really good diving so far today.
As is Francesco. Started off with his first 2 dives with 2 twisting dives. Now drops down in degree of difficulty a little bit on the back 2.5 somersaults pike. This one's 3.0. Oh, unfortunately drops down the quality as well a little bit.
It's a shame because he started that first round so strong. And it's not necessarily a massive, massive drop or anything. It's just, after seeing that first dive, I was really hoping that I'd be seeing some corkers again. But there's still time. There's still 3 more rounds for him.
Yeah, definitely time to recover.
Never write anybody off.
Those top 12 spots. You mentioned this morning about the women's 1 metre not having that much variation in the degree of difficulty, there is quite a lot of variation in this competition. So it does give the scope for big jump up the tables if someone does do a good dive. Jake again, consistent.
Really consistent. Really good to see from Jake. But you're right, if you land one of these 3.5 to 3.9 degree difficulty dives that we're going to be seeing today, you can leapfrog 4 or 5 people in one dive, which is fantastic. Another great dive from Jake, though.
Yeah, very impressed from him again. Now Ross, he has added a twist to his forward twisting dive in this competition. We'll see it later on in the competition with the forward 2.5 somersaults 3 twist. This twisting dive is the reverse 1.5 somersaults with 3.5 twists. Oh, very nice, Ross.
Yeah, really, really nice dive. I mean, outside of the hurdle step, I will say the hurdle step I thought was very stampy. And the judges have marked down for that because from that point onwards, the dive was beautiful. But I think that when you have that really loud, stampy sound, the judges automatically are on the back foot for you. So
Which
great dive.
Gives testament to the rest of the dive when he's still getting 8s on that.
That's it, yeah.
Very, very nice dive from Ross. Now, Maxwell, following up the same dive. Looking forward to seeing this one from him. It is a lot of dive to fit in. It's a very technical dive, this one. Physically, maybe not as hard as some of the other twisting dives, but in terms of having the technical ability to make sure you can stand it up steep enough so your rotation doesn't go too fast and you over-rotate on the somersaults. There's a lot of twisting to fit in, but good dive there from Maxwell.
It's nice to see the return of the multi-twisting dives, because back in the day, early days, early thousands, it was all the rage to do multiple twisting dives back in the 80s and onwards, and then they changed the degree of difficulty and how it worked. And it ended up that actually doing multiple somersaults with fewer twists actually seemed like the better option for reverse especially. And then they changed it again, and now we're back to where we were. And it's really nice having that variation again. The flip-flop between seeing a reverse 3.5 twist and a reverse 2.5 somersaults 1.5 twist is nice to see.
Yeah, when I was learning those dives, I started off doing the reverse 2.5 somersaults 1.5 twists. And I thought, why am I doing it? I'm getting robbed here. I need to do the reverse 3.5 twister.
Exactly.
And, turned out to be a good decision for me, because it's one of my favourite dives. Next up, Nikolaus, back 2.5 somersaults pike.
Question is, would it still be your favourite if you were to get in now?
No. Quick answer. There may be some awareness problems right there.
Yeah.
A little bit of a shame there from Nikolaus. Just looked slightly scrappy. Didn't quite stand up as tall out of the board as he has on his previous dives. It just kind of leant back and over-rotated a little bit. Now Jordan, reverse 3.5 somersaults pike. Saying that, I don't know if my hamstrings would take any more pike shapes anymore, so maybe the reverse 3.5 twist would be an option. Oh, Jordan, very nice again. Just missed that entry slightly.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I think the toes over the end of the board sold him down the river a little bit. I think that he thought it wasn't going to be spinning as fast as it probably did. He's got to take into account that competition adrenaline potentially, because that is a beautiful stand-up out of the board. Really, really high, and with the toes over the end of the board, you kind of get that seed of doubt in your head, and he's just kicked a bit high.
Yeah, I thought he looked like everything was really there in the air, looked pretty composed, and I think even his come out looked quite confident, just like you said, then just reached back a little bit too much. He's got a beautiful back reverse entry position, so a shame not quite getting that finish that he would like, but I'm sure we'll hopefully see that later on in the final. Arthur following up his last dive, 66.4 3.5 with back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Unfortunately, not quite the same quality as we saw in the second round from him. Just needs to get that a little bit more extension on the start, I think, just to give him a little bit more direction and help him on his awareness on his come out as well. Now Todd. 4 2.5 somersaults 2 twists. 3.4 this one for him.
That was always going to be hard from that position there. You could see he was about half a metre off the end of the board. That's it really cuts your height in half. It really makes it very challenging to get out of that board and get the somersault moving, let alone the reduction in height as well. So Just unfortunate, but that is the game in Springboard. You know, it's not about just doing the perfect dive. It's about being able to do a good dive from 20 different places on the board, really.
Yeah, there's so many more variations in takeoffs on the Springboard on the platform. You're relatively similar each time, so it's maybe not as technical. Definitely scarier up there, but maybe not as technical on the 3 metre. Like you said, there's so many more variables with that moving Springboard.
Yeah.
Oh, nearly there from Leon.
Nearly, yeah, very nearly.
The takeoff looked pretty good to me. Looked like he had enough room to make that dive all the 4.5 somersaults in. Just, yeah, he's come out, didn't look the most confident. A lot of things I like about his diving, and would like to see him just sometimes not rush those entries as much. Looks like he comes out and tries to rush his hand grab sometimes. I'd like to see him try and line up first and then finish up with that hand grab. I think that'd just help out his awareness on the entries, but I said 4.5 somersaults. It's easy for me to say sat up here right now. Now, Connor?
Did you do front?
No.
Yeah.
Too much for me. I wasn't a very good forward spinner.
Yeah. It's probably quite lucky.
Yeah, thankfully for me. I retired before everyone started doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah.
Connor, 4 3.5 somersaults pike. That was one that I opted with.
Yeah, nice.
Much preferred.
It's, I think it needs a little bit more work in that pike shape to spin that around a little bit quicker, because you can see he's just a little bit dying on the end of rotation. You know, that's okay on the easier dives, but when you start getting to the harder dives.
The pike shape there from
Yeah.
I'll get his name right, sorry.
Athanasios.
Very, very nice pike shape.
I think I had an extra O there.
Athanasios.
Yes.
There we go. He'll get there eventually.
A beautiful pike shape, and I said that on his inward 2.5 pike earlier. I really like it when the form is prioritised. You know, he's not the strongest diver as of yet. Still got plenty more years in his career, but the pike shape's beautiful.
Yeah, Max, he's doing back 2.5, some sort of stuck in the pike, sorry, in this round. No, the legs were a little bit bent, wasn't too far off a tuck shape. Something he needs to work on a little bit. Now Lachlan, up in Edinburgh. Our last Nationals obviously held in his home pool, down in Sheffield this time. It's a shame. Again, another really nice pike shape, just didn't quite have all of the height out the board.
Yeah, maybe just, with that slight lack of height coming out a little bit later might help him, but when he came out, he just knew that it wasn't going to be enough to make it round, unfortunately. But hey, young, plenty more to go. I want that guy. Oh, lovely again from Noah. Really, really like how consistent he is.
Yeah, his diving is very impressive. Like we said before, the elegance of some of these pike dives can be really important, like on the 1 metre, just to help you get those extra couple of scores.
Yeah, especially when you're, you are doing those easier dives. Completing them well is just so nice to watch, especially when you're someone as young as Noah.
Another good dive there from Elias. I've been quite impressed with him so far.
Yeah.
Very accurate on his entries.
Bolt upright. Absolutely perfectly upright.
Yeah, very impressive. 192 points after 3 rounds. I think a score over 400 for some of these guys will be a good aim for this morning's prelim. Next up, another Greek, Theophilos. Oh, 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists. You see, just slightly short of vertical. A lot of dive to fit in. Didn't quite get the speed out of his flick. Sometimes when you spin around on this dive, you need to make sure enough speed in the somersaults and then flick into a nice straight line to make sure you can get all your twists in. Maybe lacked a little bit of that, which is why it's slightly shorter vertical, but again, not too many dramas so far this morning. Hugo with a reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck. 3.5 this one for him.
Hugo's made the step out of junior diving to senior diving. He's having to up his degree of difficulty, so it's exciting to see him pushing the boat out, trying some new things.
Yeah, he's also doing a forward 4.5 later on in the list, I believe. I mean, out of that hurdle step, he's done pretty well.
Yeah.
There's miles off the end of the board. Sometimes when you're that far off the end of the board, there's two ways you can go. You can shove it out into the pool too far and then almost not make it, or you can still stand up steep and then potentially come a bit close to the board. Hugo managed to get it away from the board and still managed to fit all the somersaults in, just kicked out his feet slightly early.
It didn't quite look confident on his kick, but that's okay, new dive.
That's better from Ewan. 14.5 somersaults, 2 twists, again 3.4, so pretty high up there on the degree of difficulty.
Yeah, looks very confident in that. Looks like he knows what he's doing. Just could do with just those final little tweaks of a bit of leg form here, a little bit of you know, line on entry. But Matt Dixon here, in with 3.5. First standing dive from him. Going to be interesting to see a platformer do a standing 3-meter dive, but like I say, love his diving.
It's normally the hurdle steps that are a bit more sketchy to watch if you
Yeah.
don't do them every day. No. Again, very nice dive from Matthew. Consistency's there again.
Yeah, Matt Dixon there is. Spin speed is great. Just come out a little bit early, but you know, I think being able to do that in such a short amount of time and be able to do a dive to that kind of quality is yeah, it really shows his character and strength as well.
Absolutely. Right then, the first serve of the optional dives in his synchro list that he's using.
He's done a really good job there. Anthony is a natural forward spinner. You know, he's very, very good at front and inward. And his twisting over the past couple of years has come on so far. He's doing the world's hardest dive on 3-meter, the forward 2.5 with 3 twists. I think last year, first year on the world stage, was quite daunting for him. He did a fantastic job out there, getting a world silver medal, Commonwealth title, European title. This year hasn't found it as easy as last year with a few setbacks on injuries, but he's really finding his feet again and being able to compete to that kind of standard that he wants to be at.
Yeah, great to see Danny. Reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Was a little bit stuck on his rotation there, so had to be really careful of where he put his feet out. When you're a bit slow, you've almost got to be perfect, so you have a little bit less scope for movement when you kick your feet out. Done pretty well there, just over-rotated very slightly. And our last diver of our third round, taking us to the midway point of the competition, is Joseph, forward 3.5 somersaults pike.
Oh, that's a shame there. Just didn't quite get the rotation that he was probably wanting. When you're spinning slow, it's a long way around. It feels like it's going on forever. It's just like short. That's unfortunate for Joe there.
So, the midway point of the competition, our current leader is Ross Haslam. Top two are Ross and Jordan in their home pool, as you mentioned. Can be nice to compete in your home pool. Also, maybe put a little bit more extra pressure on you in your own pool too. So, you know, there is the positives and negatives. Dan in third place there. We've got Matteo, who we've been very impressed with so far this morning, in fourth. And some more familiar names, James, Yona, Matthew, and Elias. Again, I've been impressed with him this morning. So that's our top 8 positions.
Nice and tight at the top. You know, we haven't seen any massive dives going on yet. I think we've seen Johann's front 4.5 and Leon as well, but some easier dives going on and really nice and tight, which makes it exciting.
When you say easier.
I say easier, yeah. Take that with a grain of salt, yeah.
So we will have our top 12 going through. Like I said, there is a maximum of 6 guests. So currently, how many have we got in the top? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Come on, accountant.
Doesn't mean I can count.
So how many were we actually on? Did
I
we
don't know,
find
you
out?
distracted me,
Oh,
Jack.
sorry.
I think it is 6.
Yeah.
I think it is 6. So that'll mean the minimum amount of Team GB or GB athletes going through 6. An interesting note.
All to play for still, though. Lots of big dives going around.
Lots of big dives, lots to go right or wrong yet. So I think we're just having a slight break. Just give the judges a minute to compose themselves. Obviously, it's a long competition. Often at the world events, and you might see a switch at the moment. Halfway through the competition, the judges may change just to keep them fresh, keep them alert. So obviously here, I think we are staying with the same judges, but just having a couple of minutes just to freshen up, and then we'll carry on with the competition. So Jack, we've got, as you mentioned, probably a few of the bigger dives coming up. We've got the forward 4.5 to forward 2.5, some sorts with 3 twists, 3.8 and 3.9 respectively. They're the biggest dives that we will see. Are you expecting to see any fireworks? And I don't mean firework as in the Tom Daley.
The Tom Daley 3.5 one twist. You definitely won't be seeing that dive.
Well, people do it, don't they?
I have seen people in the past do it. Yeah, yeah. It's a weird one. It's a crazy one. But I mean, what you're going to see here is you're going to see some of the top athletes in the world, and it's such a shame in Britain in a way, because we have, like I say, such good depth. Some of these athletes are all capable of making world finals, and you're going to see world-class diving here. You're going to see triple out, like you said, 2.5, 3 twists, the front 4.5, back 3.5. I think that Ross. His triple out his new dive. Yeah, that's going to be really exciting to see.
I'm excited to see that.
His front 4.5 usually damn good. And then you've got Dan and you've got Jordan back 3.5 tuck. 2 of the best in the world in my opinion.
Yeah,
really good at it.
I agree.
Very excited to see that. And he got triple out from James as well, which is super exciting. You know, you've got these people doing massive dives that have every right to be in a world event. Yeah,
like you mentioned, it's almost sickening for some of our divers, because you know, if they don't make the selections, you can almost be sat at home watching these competitions thinking, I'm easily as good as all these people from these other countries, but unfortunately we've got such strength in depth here that it's very tough just to get to those competitions in the first place. Obviously only 2 people can go and represent Team GB at most of these events, such as the World Championships and the Olympic Games. Obviously Commonwealth Games last year, you do have top 3 for England, so that is a big positive.
Yeah, the Commonwealths are fantastic because you get not only 3 people, so you give the opportunities, but because the home nations are split up, you've got Scotland going, you know, you've got Wales going, and it gives all these opportunities for all these people, so you end up actually having like maybe 5, 6, 7 sometimes Team GB, well, what would be ordinarily Team GB athletes competing in this event. It's a great experience, you know, like I said, for Evie Smith, for example.
Yeah.
Finished 3rd at Nationals, won her place at the Commonwealth Games, and for her that's fantastic, because it gives her that opportunity, that springboard pardon the awful pun, into your career. And I had that when I was younger as well. I was so lucky to have to compete at Commonwealth Games when I was 15, and it gave me that experience and that exposure to international events, and I wouldn't have had that without that structure. So it is cruel, but there are also some really good events out there right now for divers to do.
Yeah, we've got the European Games as well, obviously coming up this year, which is another exciting multi-sport event. Multi-sport events are always amazing to be part of. Obviously, you get to see the diving family quite often, but it's interesting to always see other divers from other athletes from other sports. I don't want to skip past that because that was
the entry was phenomenal.
Incredible.
There. Yeah, 91 points is huge.
You know, it makes it look so easy.
Yeah, really, really easy for him. A great entry into the water, and that's what the judges are all looking at. Really, it's yeah, beautiful dive there. 91 points.
Very, very good dive from Dan to kick us off in this 4th round. That little break definitely not affected him in a negative way.
Not at all.
I saw Johan just have a bounce on the board in that little break, just to freshen his legs up probably. Back to an some sorts pike. Again, pretty accurate. He's had a couple of drops, unfortunately, on that last round in the forward 4.5, which has left him down on the leaderboard a little bit, but a bit more steady there. Still not the scores that he probably would want on the easier dive in his list.
Yeah, not quite finding his lines through the water, but showing the raw elements of what he can do. And for him as a guest, it's just about experience, this competition. It's just about finding your feet again and competing again, because he's going to the World Championships later this year. For him, that's the main priority.
Yeah, trying to get a consistent list. Like you said, he looks like a lot of the fundamentals are there for him. It's just trying to put them all together in one list is something that almost feels like it can click for someone at some point. I know Jordan Holden had such an amazing year last year where he's felt like it's been a bit like that. James Heatley there, forward 4.5 somersaults tuck. Again, huge dive, but makes it look so easy.
Yeah. He's found the entry well, probably a little bit slower than what he was wanting. He looked a little bit low on that water, but he's so accurate when he comes out.
Yeah, this dive, despite being 3.8, I feel like it's one of his more consistent ones. His awareness on it is so good. So as long as he gets the start, you always feel confident that he's going to come out in the right place. Now, Matteo, being very impressive so far. Oh, very nice again.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier about reverse 3.5 being one of my favourite dives to watch. When this dive's done well, although it's obviously quite low down and degree of difficulty, it is a great one to watch.
Yeah, he's done a really good job there. I think that hurdle step looked a little bit unsure and unsettled, but the press out, he was almost pressing his feet at the entire water, half rotation before he actually needs to line up, which is always extraordinary to watch.
Yeah, beautiful dive. I remember Sho Sakai used to do an amazing reversing off pike. That was always one that I looked forward to watching whenever there's any events, even if it was in the same event.
Yeah, that's always the worst when you want to watch other people.
Yeah. Out Ollie, back 2.5 somersaults pike. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah. A shame for him.
Yeah, he's been really consistent in his first 3. That is a real shame. Just very short of rotation there, and that's hopefully not tripped him up too much. Hopefully he can continue with his last 2 dives and put in a solid performance, because first 3 were very good.
Yeah, 31 points, a bit of a shame for him. It's going to leave him with a lot of work to do in the next 2 rounds. A good thing for our guests are, I reckon we can have 6 of them in the final compared with the usual only just 2. Now Declan, back to 9 somersaults pike. There's another diver that's on the largest scale in terms of height.
Yeah.
A lot of dive to fit in. You're over 6 foot.
He's just whipped that off the board quite a lot, so it's picked up really fast. And when he's pressed his feet out, that rotation's just continued over. It's unfortunate for Deck, but still got some other really consistent dives in the tank for him.
Yeah, mentioned that double out we previously seen from him that was the hardest diver in this newest addition to his list. So great for him to be competing that. Now this one from Yona is one that he's just put back in. Didn't do this out at the World Cup event. Now he's got it back a couple of weeks ago, I believe, and straight back in his list for him. Looking like he's got the power there, piking out.
Yeah, he's got confidence on it. I mean, to say that he's only put it back in his list in this week, really, It's really good to see that he feels confident in it. It was towards, you know, when his injury happened, it was actually a very consistent dive for him, and it looks like it hasn't taken too much of a hit in terms of his awareness and I guess feel for the dive. So good to see. Hoping he can improve on that maybe a little bit more to get it back to where it used to be for the World Championships.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see a bit more sharpness on that entry from him, like we used to see in this afternoon too, if he makes it through to the final, of course, which currently is looking very likely. Now Oliver, back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Didn't quite have the same entry that we've seen in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Just left it slightly short, yeah. Needed to get a little bit more hip extension on that start and then squeeze into that tuck shape to just have a little bit more speed in his rotations. Next up is David, in with 3.5 somersaults tuck. .4 this one. Pretty accurate, yeah.
I think this is a new dive for him. I don't remember him doing this one last year. Very, looks quite easy for him actually.
Yeah, he stood it up really nice, got plenty of height on the board, which is sometimes something that's quite challenging on the bit of a mix from the judges. Judge 1 to Judge 7, clearly very different in terms of their interpretation of his slight flexion in the middle of the dive. Can also be due to where the judges are sat, potentially have a different angle and don't see certain things as well as other judges might be able to. We've got judges sat on both sides of the pool, so judges over on the far side of the pool of our cameras are obviously a lot closer to that one. Very nicely in from Jake.
Really
feel like
consistent.
I've repeated myself quite a bit with him this morning, but it's quite hard not to when he's been so consistent.
It's the most consistent set of dives I've seen him do so far. I'm hoping not to jinx anything or anything, but so far, it just looks really natural for him. It doesn't look like he's nervous. He looks like he's enjoying himself, and another great dive.
Now our current leader, Ross has them with a forward 4.5 somersaults tuck. 3.8, so big dive on the degree of difficulty. He's done very well out that hurdle step. And my heart was in my mouth a little bit when he stepped down.
There's no replay, but I'm fairly sure he had a slight knee bump on that as well. Not only was he about 2 feet off the end of the board, he looked like his knees went slightly, so he's done really well to get out of that and still managed to achieve 5.5s.
Yeah, I think 62 points from where he was on the end of the board there. He would have snatched your hands off for that. So, very good recovery from Ross. I think I would have snatched your hands off as well because I was panicking.
Yeah. I'm going to lose my job.
And Maxwell, back 2.5 somersaults pike.
That's a shame. Just a little bit loose when he's come out of that, really.
Yeah, looked quite calm on the takeoff and good at wrap round into the pike shape. Had a nice pike shape, good straight legs in there. Sometimes easy to bring your legs up, bent out of the springboard if you're doing this diving. You don't quite make it as easily, but Maxwell definitely didn't do that. Just unfortunately left it slightly short of vertical. Now another big dive. Forward 4.5 again, this time from Stefano. Oh, very high up in the air, just slightly slow in terms of the rotation.
Yeah, I love the balance out of the board there. His distance from the board is fantastic, but with that, maybe he's just stood it up a little bit too steep and the rotation because of that has suffered. Sometimes actually having that mild lean, just like a couple of degrees forward, can just help you pick your bum over your hips, you know, your hips over your shoulders, sorry, and just get that thing moving really, because it is high. He's got a lot of strength, but not, no.
Oh, good save. Good save. There's no way you can do a reverse 2.5 pipe from the
Absolutely not.
hurdle step like that. So Nicolaus has done very well just to compose himself. Take a second. He said we'll have the 2-point deduction from the judges for the restart. But at least he gives himself opportunity to go for it the second time round. So our judges will mark score out of 10 as they usually would, and then after their scores have been given, 2 points will be deducted from each one of their scores. As you can see there, 5.5s originally will change into the 3.5s to count. Now Jordan with his biggest dive. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 3 twists. We saw this from Dan earlier on in the round. 91 points from him, so
it's going to be hard to follow that one.
Yeah, big dive from him. Good work there from Jordan.
Yeah.
Again, another not so perfect hurdle, but has the strength to push it up in the air. Composure to make sure he flicks at the right times. It's easy to panic if you don't have that start and hold on to your shape a little bit longer than he perhaps should do, but flicks at the perfect time. Again, no dramas from him. Big 78-point score still.
Yeah, it's crazy what a 3.9 can do. You know, you're getting 5.5, 6s, and you're still getting almost 80 points. It's unfortunate his hurdle step being that far back, but you're right. He's done a fantastic job not to actually panic. Kept his composure.
That's more like it from Arthur. Did this dive in the back position, or back direction, should I say, in the last round. Just had a slight drop. That's much more like it from him there. Kicks his feet out in the right place. Good entry through the water. Just a few bits to neaten up around the dive just to get those higher scores from the judges, but overall, very steady diving from him.
It can always be difficult when you've got 2 dives in a row that are very similar, like a back and reverse 2.5 tuck. When you make a mistake on the first one, it's really hard to go into the second one and not either replicate that or overdo it as such. So he's done a really good job there.
Todd with a reverse 1.5 somersault with 2.5 twists. We've seen this with 3.5 twists so far in this competition. Todd's opting with the 2.5 twists, so the degree of difficulty is at 2.9. Very nicely executed there. He's got a great straight line in that twist, good leg line. When you're twisting and rotating round, it's hard to keep those feet together. Sometimes in a twist you've got the G-force pulling your legs apart, but he does really, really well to keep his leg form throughout that twist. Now Leon. Hopefully we can see recovery from him. Bit of a drop in the last round on the forward 4.5.
Again, he's finishing the dive well above the board, but because of his strength and height, it makes it hard for him to get the exact right place to put his feet. And you can see there, he's just put them a little bit too early.
Yeah, he was 14th after the last round, so probably not going to shoot him up the rankings anymore. Giving himself a little bit more work to do in the last 2 rounds to hopefully get into those top 12 spots. Connor with an in between half somersault tuck. Just a little bit stuck on the start.
It's really, I really liked his form through his arm swing. I thought it was really nice in the way that he lifts his arms perfectly above his head. It's just a little bit too slow. He just hasn't got that whip that he needs to get his hips over and generate that momentum and rotation.
Yeah, the pike out again as well. Like you said, a lot of things that were good. Just a couple of things need a little bit of touching up on.
Done well to kick the splash down on that one.
Yeah, another one where you kick your feet out and you think, oh, has he kicked them too high? But he's held them nice and tight. Steady scores. That's where the pressure can start to build a little bit. Divers may choose to look at the scores in between rounds. Some divers choose to completely ignore them. Personal preference. Definitely something to think about. Very nice dive there from Max. Great entry through the water, good use of the board to get plenty of height as well.
Yeah, done a better job with that one than he did with the 205 being the previous round. I think that hurdle step's really come into its own and helped him there, just to generate a little more speed, a little bit more height, so he can really focus on his form a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's why the judges have not given him any more marks, just due to that form. If he can neaten that up a little bit more and keep the rest of the dive the same, then we'll definitely be seeing the 7+ marks. Clint from Edinburgh. Oh, that's another one there where you've just come out and he just didn't look quite confident of where he was in the air. His feet were in the exact right position, just reached his arms back slightly too much and ended up pulling over from vertical.
Got Noah again here. Doing a reverse 2.5 twister. 2.9. Lovely hurdle step.
Oh, I like so much about that.
I did as well.
Like so much about it.
Yeah.
Twist was really quick as well. I think that's definitely one where we're going to be looking at a 3.5 twist very, very soon, because spins round in those twists rapid and then has a good look at the water. Just didn't quite get the entry that we've seen from him so far this morning. So a lot to like about that, just that end to finish it off and get those big scores. So Elias was in our top 12 after the first 3 rounds. He's going to back 2.5 somersaults pike. Again, pretty consistent.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a lot shorter than it actually was in the end. I think the toe point could do with more, and it looks like he's kicked out and panicked a little bit, and he's done the old classic long arm, which just drops your feet down slightly short. Whether he thought he was going over or not is obviously, I can't tell, but actually an okay dive, and I've been really impressed with him. I think it's the first time that I've seen his diving. I've really enjoyed watching him so far.
Next up, we have Theophilos. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Oh, again, a lot to like about it. Just maybe came out of that pike shape slightly early, so had to keep his hips in a bit more of a pike shape for a bit longer than he would like. You need to straighten out through the water to get those higher marks.
Yeah, I mean, he actually got an entry through the water that was quite nice, actually. It kept the splash down, but the problem was that he couldn't actually get out of the pike shape into that straight shape. I mean, it's all well and good doing a nice entry through the water, but it's about making sure you find that straight line, so you look confident and strong out of the dive rather than rolling through, as it were.
Yeah, we previously mentioned divers doing one dive followed by a dive that's a little bit harder, almost uses a lead up. We're going to see this from Hugo as well. He's doing a forward 3.5 somersaults pike in this round and follows up with a forward 4.5. So the 3.5, the easy one of dives, executed very nicely there. Great rip entry.
Yep, nice recovery after 307, being probably not as quite as good as he was hoping for. Really nice line through the water.
Yeah, puts him into 12th spot. Probably going to see Matthew Dixon overtake him, and potentially Ewan and Danny around there scrapping about for those spots. I think that may take Ewan over him, be close.
Yeah.
Very nice dive there, a little bit more left in the form in the air, but the entry itself very nice. Now Matthew, first 3.5 somersaults tuck.
Watched him do this a few times and it's pretty good. It's actually really good. Again, these big dives, and he's only been doing it for 6 months or so. I know it's transferable, but really cool to see.
Oh, very nearly. Again, a lot there. The hurdle step looked very calm, which is quite impressive to come down. He just looks like he's been down here for years doing these hurdle steps. Just didn't get those arms back behind his ears. Look, I thought he kicked his feet out in the right place, to be honest. Just needed to reach those arms back, squeeze nice and tight and sharp. Now, Anthony, your synchro partner, followed up his first of his harder dives, the 4 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists, with another 3.4. This one's the inward 3.5 tuck.
Oh.
Again, very nice from Anthony.
The main man. Yeah, that's it's great. I think he would probably want that to be a little bit faster so that he can carry those hips over, but he's worked well with it. He's dug straight down, and that's why he's always been good at front and inward, because for a lot of other people, they're going to be coming out of that and probably lifting their chest a little bit, landing short. He's managed to work it around to upright, although he probably wants a little bit more. It's really, really good to see him being able to do that and being clever enough to work with what he's got and make the most of the specific takeoff he's had.
Yeah, obviously with those first 2 easier dives, you're going to see him now likely to shoot up the rankings. As Danny is probably going to shoot up the rankings with that dive. Very nice back to some sort of pipe from him.
Yeah, very slightly washed over, nice shape, nice entry in the water.
Yeah, that puts him on 219 points. Our current 12th position diver is on 225, so
Still
very,
close.
very close. But just with 2 dives left as well, means there's still plenty to play for, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of swings between now and then. Joseph, that's much better from him this round. Had a bit of a drop on the last round, the 4 3.5 somersaults pike, but that one, not so much. Very nice entry. Judges have maybe been slightly harsh, a little bit lower on the water finishing than some of the other dives we've seen, but great rip entry nevertheless.
Another big dive from Dan here, followed by the 3.9, 3.8 on forward 4.5.
Yeah, 91 points in the last round. And we follow it up with anything similar.
Oh,
I think we're going to be there, aren't we? Very, very nice diving from Dan. Again, excellent, excellent dive. 85.5 points. Not quite the 91, but
Not far
not
off
far
there,
off whatsoever. 393 after 5 dives. Great score so far for this morning's prelim. Going to sail over that 400 mark, you would have thought. Now Johan had a bit of a mixed start to his competition. And that's much
nice.
more like it.
Yeah, I like that a lot. The height is extraordinary.
Yeah, it's not necessarily fast, but when you're that high in the air, you don't really want it to be fast because it'd be so hard to control in the end. It's much more like it from him. Now on to James. First of his twisting optionals. This one's the 3.5. Reverse 3.5 twisting 1.5 somersaults. Again, very nice and accurate from James.
Yeah, I think that's going to score fairly well, probably. Slightly short of entry. It's so hard to keep your legs together as well when you come off that twist. You're spinning around and you're twisting whichever way you do, and you've got to dig down into a pike shape. It's really difficult to keep those feet together.
Yeah, that is one of the large challenges you'll see from that dive, and then also the forward twisting dives as well. Again, Matteo with another impressive dive from him. He's opted for the reverse 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. As we mentioned earlier, this one was changed a little bit a couple of years ago, or it'll be a few years ago now in terms of degree of difficulty. Now down to 3.3. Now Ollie, reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Very nice. I liked a lot about that. Hurdle wasn't necessarily perfect on the end of the board, but kept his chest still, got his hips up in the air, made a very nice pike shape, and then finished the dive off really well as well. So great dive there from Ollie. Now Declan His penultimate dive is a forward 3.5 somersaults piked. Another one that he's transitioned from doing tuck, now doing it in the pike shape. So great to see him adding difficulty to his list.
Always difficult when you don't quite ride that board correctly. Height's cut down just a little bit, but
yeah, he moves the board a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And it's when you just hear that little bit of a stomp, it just means the board's not working quite with you. It's working against you a little bit. Try and keep as quiet as you can, get that rhythm on the board. But no dramas there from Declan. Now Yona, reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. He's done this with 3.5 somersaults in the past. I mentioned previously that he's still on the road to recovery from his knee injury, so building up his list slowly. Very nicely executed dive from Yona there. Beautiful entry, as we're used to seeing from him.
To do with bring it in slightly closer to the board. I think if he brings it in by a metre, that's going up from 7.5 to 8.5 easily. But it's one of my favourite dives that Yona does. I mean, his reverse 3.5 was so good pre-injury, but I do admit I miss seeing him do the reverse 2.5 pike.
Yeah, his reverse 3.5 really did take a step up. You know, I know he struggled with it for a few years to get some consistency in competition, but that balance was something that he worked on quite a lot with his coach Jen, and something that helped him massively in gaining a bit of consistency over it, and he could easily compete it very, very well the last couple of years. Oh,
there we go.
Again with another beautiful entry.
Mr.
These two
Entry himself, yeah.
I say these two following each other. It's like a battle of the entries.
Yeah.
Yona and Oliver. Now David. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Oh, again, very nice. We've seen this dive quite a bit now, but one of the better ones, I think, there from David. Beautiful pike shape, came out, had a little look at the water. Great rip entry again. Now Francesco, up in his degree of difficulty again. Started off with those first two dives in the twisting directions, then went to his back and reverse dives at the 3.0. Now he's back up to the 3.4 with the inward 3.5 somersaults tuck.
He's done a good job there. I think that the spin speed was pretty good. He's just left his head down that little bit too much on the entry. You know, when you come out of front and inward, if your head isn't up looking at where you're going, it's very easy to just continue rotating. That's unfortunately what's happened there, but I don't think it's a bad job. I think there's a lot of very, very only small changes that can be made to make that into quite a good dive.
Yeah, it's going to leave him in the battle for the top 12 places. On 274, so he's has dropped down a little bit. The first slight mistake we've seen from Jake there.
Yeah, and only slight as well.
Yeah, very slight. Still a very steady dive, but compared to his first 4 dives.
Yeah. It's probably his, let's say, less favourite way of direction, I guess. Reverse and back aren't his natural ones. His natural ones, twisting, front and inward, very, very good at them. The back and reverse are ones he's had to work really, really hard on. And, you know, that's a mild shame, because back 2.5 pike was really good earlier, so I was hoping that his reverse 2.5 was going to be the same, but plenty more in the tank for later.
Definitely. Now Ross, first 3.5 somersaults tuck. Very steady. A little bit out into the water. Maybe had a little bit more balance left in it, which really just giving him that extra bit of height. But again, no dramas there from Ross.
It's just about getting through in the prelims. You know, the score's wiped to 0 in the finals. It's not. The only thing is making sure you're in that top 12 position, really. You've seen some brilliant diving from Ross this morning. It's not about doing all your best dives right now. It's about making sure that you're in a position to get into that final, and then you can let loose and give it your all.
Yeah, we mentioned the selection policy prior to the competition starting, and as long as a score that is well on for in the prelim is hit, then the final is all just down to who wins it, I guess.
Yep.
So, like you said, as long as you're in that final, more to play for. Maxwell again versus some sorts pike. With that full pike list now.
It's always a little bit hard as well when you're, I know we're not quite in the morning anymore, but when you are early in the day, it's a bit harder to get your body moving compared to that final when you can, the competition is shorter and less people to think about, and you can just really get into your element and let things flow.
We used to call it finals vibe, didn't we?
Yeah.
Back in the day, there's a lot of energy flowing around the room, which just helped everyone, get their best dives out. Stefano there with a 14 of some sort of 2 twist. Similar to the forward 4.5, I thought. The start was very nice in terms of the height and balance, just a little bit stuck. Maybe could do with a little bit more rotation speed. Now Nicolaus, another forward 3.5 some sort of pike.
He's done a good job there. After earlier in the competition, he had that restart dive. I think that he's come back from it quite nicely. That can sometimes rock you and just unnerve you a little bit, especially in those hurdle steps that follow up. But he's done a good job.
Yeah, now Jordan Holden. Back 3.5, a dive that you mentioned that when he does do it well, can be one of the best in the world. It's a lot of dive.
Wow.
Oh my word.
I was going to say, he really does not make it look hard, though.
Wow. I think that deserves every bit of that 9.
Yeah.
That is
7.5 is an interesting choice, I'd say.
Beautiful dive there from Jordan.
I always think when you see dives like that, why not reward it?
Yeah.
You give it the reward because it is. I know he's obviously getting the bump by the higher degree of difficulty, but it's spectacular to watch.
Yeah, but how much is wrong with that to take off 2.5 points?
Exactly, but he's saying 25% of that's wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure there's 25%. Yes, it could have been slightly fat. He could have like made it a little bit easier, a bit more certain, but the entry was phenomenal.
Yeah.
The spin speed is great. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. It's not an easy job.
It's not an
judging,
easy
but
job, and you're always criticised as
Yeah.
a judge, unfortunately. People are always going to have a different opinion, especially when you are out from the others potentially, but it's what's hard. It's difficult with our sport. It's not black and white. It's, you're not against a clock or a measurement. It's very subjective, and that can even be down to how you've been competing throughout the competition. If you start off badly and you do a really good dive afterwards, sometimes you're not rewarded.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Then we have Todd in the back 2.5 some sorts pike. Pretty steady dive from him. Had a bit of a mixed bag as well this morning. Some really good things. A lot of good fundamentals to keep working on. Keep improving his list and his degree of difficulty. Obviously only a young diver. After the South End. Now Leon. Big 3.5 to hopefully help drag him back up the rankings a little bit so we can see him in the final.
Oh, that's a shame. Such a good hurdle steps.
Yeah.
It's incredible height out of the board.
Great rhythm. Great tuck shape as well. Once he gets in that tuck shape, he just motors, really, really speeds up. That's why he can do all these big dives. 57 points, not a huge drama. We'll see if it's enough to kind of drag him back up the rankings.
Such potential though, isn't it? When you see someone doing a dive that high and that quick, just those fine margins just to drop it in. But hopefully he can make top 12 and we can try to see some improvements later.
Absolutely. That's a bit better from Connor.
Yep.
Again, a lot of good things to see. I like the way he gets into that pike shape. Some divers can choose to go arms behind their ears and wrap themselves round into that pike shape, which Connor does. I think it's always my preference on watching that dive, so really nice bit of technique from him there. Just slightly short of vertical, which is why we don't see the higher scores.
Good job. Again, very consistent. I've really, really enjoyed watching his performance this morning. I said it with every single dive. His pike shape is beautiful. His head's quite high on the start, I would say, but he's done a really, really good job of finding that entry, finding that more or less upright position. He's putting himself in a good position to try and make that final as well.
Now Max, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Again, good dive from Max. Last 2 rounds being very consistent on his entries. Bit of a mix there from the judges.
Yeah. Unsure if they typed in the wrong number or they really did not like something about that, but it was a little bit of a corner of the board. I think I could see the panic in his face when he was coming down, and you could see that he was going to land in that corner, but he did a really good job of recovering. It's all about putting points on the board, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, very steady diving from him. And again from Lachlan, steady dive from him too.
Yeah, nice for what I can only assume is the first British Nationals. Nice for him to get in some good dives as well, something to take home, because, you know, I've had it my very first Nationals, I came pretty much dead last, and it was a rough one. Very hard to take home any positives out of it. But coming here and doing some good dives, even if they're not your best, is always a good thing to take forward, especially in your junior career.
Yeah, absolutely, lots of learning. Oh, I like a lot about that from Noah. Plenty of height out the board as well for first 2.5. Great tuck shape, great kick.
Yeah.
You can see the divers do the drill outs. If you ever watch them in dry land, come out drills. It's like Noah's been doing those, because everything in his come out there was perfectly executed. Now Elias, first 2.5 somersaults pike, was comfortably in the final positions, but that may just make his last dive a little bit more nervy.
I really, really like the way that he extended out the board there. Just that kick was so confident, but in the wrong place.
Yeah.
So it's hard to make that dive around to upright after you've done that. You run out of time very, very quickly, especially when you stop that rotation. It's very hard to then generate anything after that.
So Theophilus with an inward 3.5 somersaults tuck. It's a 3.4 for him. And I like it. I like it.
Very sneaky.
Very sneaky.
Yeah.
But I did like the composure sometimes. This is actually a lot of dive. People may watch this and see some of the divers do it and think it's not as hard as it looks, but you have to really, really be brave on that takeoff to have the patience to wait, get your arms all the way up to your ears, and then throw over the end of the board.
Yeah,
and that really, really well.
Yeah, every single thing, every part of your being is telling you to jump away from that diving board. You know, a big piece of metal moving around.
Yeah.
But you've obviously got to not listen to that, and you've got to try and stand it up over to generate that movement and rotation.
Now Hugo, you can see in 14th place after the last round. He's doing a forward 4.5 somersaults tuck, so real opportunity here for him to pull himself up the scoreboard. Very nice. I think that's going to help him.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. It'll be interesting what the judges think of it, because the come out wasn't exactly assertive. It was looked like he was potentially looking for it a little bit, almost unsure of where he kicked, but the entry was good, it was upright, it spanned fast. I think hopefully that should do quite a good amount for him. 68 points, not bad at all.
Yeah, pretty good there with that 3.8 degree of difficulty. It's always going to help you get those scores. Now Ewan with the same dive. Oh, that's a shame, real shame. Makes the dive easy enough to pike out of it.
Yeah,
just
definitely. Yeah.
Didn't quite extend his hips out enough. Stayed in that pike shape for too long. When you're doing those forward spinning dives, it's important, like you said, to just keep your chin up enough just to make sure you know exactly where you are.
Third in a row. Let's see what Matt Dixon can do. Yeah, it's hard when you're spinning that fast and you've got that many somersaults. It's really difficult to get out accurately.
Oh, another diver. He's piked out well early.
Yeah.
Just a bit too early for Matthew.
Looks like he's almost lined up a little bit before he's actually seen where he's going to be entering the water. Just to come out a little bit hands and feet at the same time. It's just dropped a little bit short.
Oh, and another one.
Blimey. Let's see what Anthony can do. And I hope it's good. From a very unbiased point of view.
That's more like it.
He's done a good job there because you won't be able to see a replay, but his toes were really over the end of the board, which makes it really hard to push in and get those hips over. But he's very aware on that dive. He knows what he's doing.
You mentioned previously his front and inward spinning dives. He's got a real skill of being able to, no matter how low he is to the water, gets the pike out and he can snap his hips out.
Yeah, does a good
His
job.
awareness is great on it as well. So great work from that hurdle step from him. Now a different dive.
Yeah.
Danny, forward 3.5, some sort of spike.
I was getting sick and tired of watching one of the hardest dives in the world.
Well, Danny's does a forward 3.5 pike. Very, very nice executed. I love his pike shape. Completely flat chest on his legs. Takes a lot of flexibility and strength to be able to get in that position in the air. Well done from Danny there. And our last diver of the 5th round. Just one more to go. Joseph Nicol.
Oh, that was always going to be hard.
No, that's a shame. Those
Always
hurdle
gonna
steps again.
Yeah.
Didn't quite manage to wait for that board to spring him up into the air. Just his feet were slightly over the end of the board. Always leaves you with a lot of work to do. So that's 5 rounds gone. Currently, in 12th place, we have Elias, followed by Danny, Noah, and Theophilus. So we've still got plenty to play for those last spots. Matthew Dixon's dropped down a little bit after that round drop. Dan, who we are seeing now, is our current leader. So he's on 393 points, back 3.5 to finish.
Oh, good dive to finish after a nice, consistent morning, I'd say there.
Yeah, I think he'll be pretty happy with that for a
Yeah.
prelim.
Very few drops here and there, and actually, you know, his best dives, reverse and back, have more in the tank. I thought his other 4 dives were very consistent. More in the tank for reverse, more in the tank for back there, and a great list.
Yeah, we saw a beautiful triple out from him, big 91 points, then followed it up with an 85 point from 4.5, so great morning for him. Now, Johan finished off with a double out, 2 twists. I wonder how the judges are going to score that one.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's come off and he just doesn't look quite confident that he's there. He doesn't have that confidence to just go into that entry. It looks like he just looks for that split second too long. And before he knows it, he's already hit the water. Or the water's hit him, I should say, sometimes.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that sometimes when you hit it. Especially if you hit it wrong. Now James with his big dive, 3.9. Finishing up the competition, forward 2.5 somersaults, 3 twists. Was in 3rd after the last round. 255 points. Pretty tight up the top between the top 4 places.
We've seen some good diving, but I don't feel like we've seen anyone absolutely nail everything so far, so it's going to be really exciting for later on.
Oh, he's done well to manage to still keep his tension in his stomach when his feet have come apart like that. Sometimes if your feet come apart like that, you can lose your awareness completely on those twists.
Yeah, it throws you out really, really bad, and especially, you know, he's obviously mistimed the board there, which makes it really difficult for him. But he's kept his composure. It's a hard dive, don't get me wrong, but it is one that I think that he's very good at. And unfortunately, he's lost his legs, which has just caned him down on the judges' marks a little bit. But again, should sail through to the final there pretty easily, pretty comfortably. So
419 in a prelim, like you said. Get through to the final. All to play for later on. Now this man's been very impressive this morning, Matteo.
Yeah.
Like to have some sorts of pike to finish up. Not quite the class we've seen so far from him, so might just drop him down slightly, but he was well up there in the rankings. He was 5th after the last round, I believe.
Yeah.
36 points.
It's been super exciting to see him compete in individual list. This is the first individual list I've seen in the flesh, and it's been really consistent. You know, those basics, those fundamentals have been fantastic. That's probably not quite the end of the competition that he was looking for, but very close to 400, which is kind of the magic number that you want to be trying to aim for to get over into a final. Very few mistakes, and I like that. I like the consistent diving when you know you're going to see something good. You're not questioning anything. So yeah, very good by Matteo.
Yep, agreed. Now Ollie, down in 21st at the moment, so need a lot to go for him in this round to make it into the top 12 spots, but he's done his part. Good dive from him there to finish up the competition.
Yeah, nice dive to finish. I think he can be very happy with that competition. There's some really, really nice dives in there. He's done himself proud. Just a few drops here just cost him potentially making that final, but nice diving. And always nice to finish on a good one as well. That's what you want.
Deck's last dive is a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Previously mentioned him doing this competition last year, using mostly tuck dives now. Turned them all into pike dives bar inwards, so very impressive step up from him. And still making that dive very easily.
Yeah, he's just not quite got that entry that he was hoping for. Yeah, a couple of months ago, he was absolutely nailing them for fun. He's just struggled on it slightly in the past couple of weeks. But like I say, and like you said, sir, I should say, a lot of new dives in there. It's very hard going into a senior event like this and putting all those new dives in there. There's no ones that you feel as confident as you used to, you know, when you do those easier ones. So he's done himself proud.
Now Yona finishes up with his most consistent dive, I would say, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. I don't remember the last time I saw him drop that in a competition.
Yeah.
Probably when we were about 14.
Yeah.
Very nice dive from him to finish up. He gets over that magic 400 mark you previously mentioned, so
Yeah.
good prelim there from Yona.
He'll be happy with that as well, over 400 for him, and I can't stress how much how bad his injury actually was. You know, he shouldn't be competing right now. There's no way that someone that can have that kind of level of surgery should be able to get back to the level that he's at, but he's doing well, he looks strong, he looks confident, and it's so nice to see.
Yeah, it just shows what having the discipline and work ethic can do for you, that he clearly does. Oliver, I've been impressed with him again today. Some really nice stuff. Great to watch in terms of the entries. Finishes up his competition with a reverse 1.5 somersaults 2.5 twist.
.4 from David here.
Yeah, currently in 10th place for the last round.
Oh.
And I think that's going to
Yeah, should sail through
make
there.
him cruise into the final. Very nice dive to finish up. I think the judges have been a little bit harsh on that, personally.
I thought so too. Maybe I've missed something.
Maybe from our angle there may have been a bit of extra twist rotation on the entry, so that's why I see that 4.5 potentially. That's all I can really think of, but I liked a lot about it. Form looked good, height looked good.
I even thought 6.5 was a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's always going to be hard.
That's the hurdle step again for you. Added complexity of the springboard diving means that you have to attack those hurdle steps, get onto the end of the board. Fortunately, Francesco's just hanging 10, as Leon Taylor would like to say.
Famously coined. Jake's hardest dive of the morning. He does do 109C and he does do 307C as well. 3.8 and 3.5 respectively, but just for a morning, just maybe more about consistency and enjoyment.
Yeah, and getting himself into that final, I guess, which I think with that dive is going to, again, sail through. Very nice dive for him. He was in 8th place after the last round, so had a bit of a buffer, and 68 points there is definitely going to help him get into that final. So Ross was on 348. He's doing his big new dive. Competed this out in America in the international that we've just been out in the last few months. didn't go as well as he probably would have liked.
No.
But it's all about getting experience of doing these new dives in competition. And that's it. There you go from
Well,
Ross.
there we go.
Very, very nice.
And you can see, even with another mistimed hurdle from Ross there, he's just pushed that thing straight up in the air. 81 points. You know, he's replaced this dive from what double out used to be. You know, his last dive, 3.4. And I think that Ross himself will be upset with 80. Well, he'd be very happy with 81 on a double out, but to get that same score is really, really good because it means there's still more in the tank. And if he does do a slightly better one, he can go up to 100 points there. I think his form is fantastic and his technical ability on it and how fast he twists. I just love watching it.
Yeah, great to see. From my perspective, definitely.
Yes.
Maxwell following up with the same dive, just with 2 twists this time. So still a lot of dive there, 3.4. Just now, we're almost getting spoilt with all these big dives from our boys here.
Yeah. Last round is always kind of the one where you put your big dive in. You're hoping for those big marks to try and jump towards the final or the medals or whatever. But it's been an exciting event so far.
Yeah, lots of good stuff. I feel like a score of 457 from Dan would have probably won the Nationals at some point. Stefano finishes his list with an inward 3.5 somersault, so just lacked a little bit of spin speed on that. Didn't quite get enough time to really look to the entry and line it up properly, so unfortunately he's just tucked his chin in and rolled over on that one.
The same story for his last 3 dives. You know, I really, really like the height and the way he moves that board to get up and over. Really nice balance. Just a little bit too slow.
Ole Klaus, 4.5 somersaults, 2 twists. Again, a lot to like, just didn't quite get the entry. I think it looked like he missed his hands there.
Yes, to me, his head position looks slightly down on his entry, so he's not quite lined up exactly where he should, which just creates that lack of tension and splash. It's incredible how fine the margins are for when you're just slightly loose going through the water, how much splash you can throw up in comparison to an entry like what we watched Jordan do last round.
Yeah, that back 3.5 really was one of the best entries we're likely to see today. Can he follow it up now on his forward 4.5 somersaults tuck? Yeah, he can. Very nice again from Jord.
Yeah, he's had to dig on that one. It wasn't the greatest of hurdles, and you know, I don't think he kicked a little bit early, but he's done a good job. You know, I think that the Jordan of 4 or 5 years ago would have potentially panicked on that and made a mistake, but he's got that ability now. He's clever enough, he's intelligent to know that he's kicked slightly early and he can still work it round to put 7s on the board.
Yeah, he's really matured over the last couple of years, hasn't he? I think he's always had that raw ability to be able to do these dives, and it's always been a matter of when is he going to put them together.
Exactly. Maturing's a great word for it.
Arthur finishes up with a different twisting dive. We've not seen this one so far. Back 2.5 somersaults with half twist. So a standing start. Only a 2.7, which feels quite low for how much of a difficult dive it is, but Arthur's executed it relatively well, just left it slightly short of vertical, which is why we're only seeing the 5 to count, sorry. Now Todd was in 25th place after the last round. He finishes with a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike.
That's just a shame. He's just left his feet just that little bit too low. Not quite completed it all the way around.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you see divers come out of that board with their legs a little bit bent, it's quite a big sign that they've just rushed it a little bit. If they wait a little bit longer, that board will help them throw them up into the air a little bit more. So giving that extra bit of height, just make the dive a little bit easier for him. Some good stuff again from Todd this morning. Now Leon. Good finish from Leon. Not the competition he would have probably liked. Was 17th after the last round, so he's giving himself a lot of work to do. 59.5 points there. Don't know if it's going to be quite enough to get him up to the final. We will see. Still got a few divers left who can potentially overtake him.
It's hard with the new format. When you've got these changed rules for guests making finals, you attract better people coming, so it makes it just that little bit harder to make that final. Potentially, if you have 6 guests going in, it is just the top 6.
Yep.
Of which our top 6 is world class.
Yeah.
That being said, it should make a good final. You know,
Yep.
if you attract better names, you've got 6 great Brits.
Yeah, hopefully for spectators, you know, coming down. It's obviously great for the sport. The more people we can get here, the better. Better show we can give. So Athanasios finishes up with the reverse 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists.
That's a shame, because he's had a very, very consistent event so far. It obviously looks like quite a difficult dive for him. He's done quite a lot of 2.5 pikes here and there.
Yeah, there's a lot of that dive that takes different techniques. I think you've got to stand it up tall to be able to get into those, or should I say, stand the twist up tall to be able to do the 1.5 twist before the somersault, but then you need to have really, really strong core to be able to get into that pike shape after. Mac's been very consistent over his last few dives, so it's helped him bump up the scoreboard.
Just left that a little bit short of upright, but a nice list overall.
Yeah, some really good stuff in there, some good entries, good consistency. Just a bit of neating up on the form throughout some of the dives, I think, just help him get those extra scores from the judges. Lachlan, no such issues with the form there. Great pike shape and flick. Just need to stay a little bit, extend those hips out on the end a little bit more to get a cleaner entry through the water.
I've been really impressed with Noah this morning.
Yeah, so have I. So have I.
He's done a really good job.
A lot of good technical abilities from him. His diving looks nice. I enjoy watching it. And again, not much to critique about that at all. Great shape, good toe point.
Yeah, the judges liked it as well. Just get a little bit more balance, a bit more stand up over the board. He's going to get those hips moving, and we'll find that dive even easier, and the judges will reward that as well. But
I think that might put him into the final as well. So great diving, very well deserved place in the final if he does get there. Elias currently was in 12th after the last round, and I think that's going to ensure his space in the final.
A really good dive to finish with. I love that entry.
Yeah, great dive from him. 68 points, 351 points. Total score. Now we're round to the battling spots. Theophilos was in 15th. Not far behind 12th place though, so good dive here. Would give him an opportunity to get up into those final positions. Unfortunately there, I don't think that's going to be enough.
Pressure might have just got to him a little bit. Maybe he knew he needed a good one. He stood it up really nicely, just overextended a little bit on that entry. That's a shame.
Yeah, I think you mentioned earlier, sometimes his hurdle step was a little bit back, so he's kind of fooled himself into thinking he's not going to make the dive as well, but did stand it up really, really well and just kicked his feet up too high. Now Hugo. His 3.8 in the last round, helped bump him up the scoreboard. Finishes up with a 3.4. Was in 9th after the last round, so a good dive here. We'll hopefully see him through to the final.
Yeah, it's a nice, steady, consistent diving from Hugo this morning.
Yeah, he's also got some big dives in that list as well, so even more potential to see better, higher scores later on.
Just got that a little bit short. The hurdle step was off the end and quite mistimed, so it just means that that height just isn't quite there. It's dropped it a bit short. It might be interesting around those.
Yeah, it's giving other people a little bit of an opportunity.
Yeah.
We will see. puts him in 10th place, but we do have Anthony Harding, Matthew Dixon and Danny Mabbott, who are all close behind him, so interesting to see. Ewan probably not quite at the competition he would have liked. Some big dives in there for him, just not quite had the execution that we're used to seeing from him. Impressive just to be able to use those dives though. Only just recently a senior, I think. Another impressive dive to be doing here is back 3.5 from Matthew.
Only 3 divers doing them, this back 3.5, and one of them's a platform diver. So it's a very impressive feat, and you know he usually makes it look pretty easy as well.
Yeah, he spins very well in the tuck position, doesn't he?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
that's
very
a
steady.
nice dive, solid.
Doesn't make it look like the dive that it's known to be.
No.
No problem making it. Just needed to reach those arms back a little bit more to get an even cleaner entry, but 63 points there.
He should scrape it through to the final.
We'll put him through to the final, I believe, unless we see something dramatic. Anthony, after his first 2 easier dives, has really climbed back up the scoreboard rankings.
It's a good dive. He's just his legs have just come apart, and it really kills the rotation. You know, it makes it very difficult to find that end, and the judges notice it. You know, that's why the marks, not only are you short, but you finish with your legs apart. It's hard. The judges are always going to critique it, and it's something new that's for him, that issue. But it's one that I think can be worked through. It just takes time. It's a hard dive for him, and it's not. He's only learnt it last year, so yeah. Lots more in the tank for Anthony.
So a big one here from Danny. 14 some sorts 2 twists. Important dive for the competition. I think that's going to give him a chance. He was in 13th place after the last round.
That might seal it.
Oh, he stays in 13th place by 1 point.
Wow.
Very unlucky. Hugo in 12th place on 341.9. Danny just behind him, 340.65. So a cruel one there for Danny. Our last diver of the event, Joseph, finishes up with a standing dive back 2.5 somersaults pike. Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame. I thought the way he got his legs out of the board there and got into his pike shape was nice. Just kicked his feet out way too early. Unfortunately, he left it short of vertical. So it's a shame there from Joseph.
Always hard being the final diver. Long competition as well.
Very long competition. 32 divers you've seen there this morning, 6 dives each. So it's been a bit of a long slog for those guys this morning, but we now have our results. Hopefully we'll get them up on the screen for you very shortly. Jack, overall, impressions on that event?
Some amazing dives. I loved some of the junior diving. I thought there was great consistency from a lot of them. I think that the big hitters, let's say, in James, Dan, Ross and Jordan, I think they all showed dives and they showed shades of what they could potentially do later. And we're really interested to see who strings all 6 dives together and does them to the best of their ability, because, you know, we saw Jordan's 207, Dan's triple out, Ross's reverse 3.5 twister, some fantastic dives. But I think it's going to come down to, obviously, who can string all 6 together and do the best.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting one. I think I'm really, really looking forward to this afternoon, because we've already seen some good diving this morning, and usually, don't want to put a jinx on it, but usually we see a big step up into the finals later on. So you scored, was it 517?
517, yeah, I did that this national's just gone.
Which is a big score.
Yeah,
You're pretty happy with that, I think, weren't you?
Yeah, of course I was, yeah. It's always good to go with 500. You know, I think that my diving has taken a slight, you know, it's not been the peaceful yellow brick road that I've enjoyed for the past couple of years. It's been a bit more rocky road, let's say. It's been a bit more challenging. I've struggled with a few mental and physical battles, but
I've still produced results and been able to stand on that board back in January and do a 500 plus list is a massive achievement for myself. I'd love to see it. Obviously, I'd love to see people go over 500. Not too close to 517. I'd like to stay as the best, obviously. But you know, it's something that I welcome. You know, I love these guys that I compete against, and diving such a sociable sport. It's really just it's enjoyable, and we all want each other to do well as well.
Yeah. It's always. Yeah, it's a competitive sport in terms of against each other, but obviously, and being an individual sport, but I think what you do doesn't necessarily affect what someone else does, so it's always very friendly in that respect. It's almost like the best man wins. Everyone respects each other. It's not like, you know, rugby or football where you're directly kicking or tackling each other.
Yeah, there's no foul play, is there?
No, so that is one amazing thing about the sport that I personally love. Like, I've got so many good friends that I've competed against for years, so yeah, it's great to see, and I hope, for one, that we do see some scores over 500.
I hope we see them.
I think we're definitely capable of getting some.
You know, I think that Jordan just missed a few dives here and there, and you know, Ross is forward 4.5, a little bit of a bad hurdle. Dan, his 2, you know, dives that I would consider his best, back and reverse 3.5, not quite at the point that they would want to be.
Yeah.
That being said, his other dives are fantastic. So if you can, you know, you get in that final, you get that final vibe, and everyone's almost, you know, when other people dive well and the scores are flowing and the judges are giving good scores, it almost brings everybody up to that level as well and gives you that opportunity to go and do a fantastic list. It's it really helps when everybody else is diving well.
Yeah, you mentioned the judges as well. It's quite common to see a little bit of a loosen up from the judges in the finals as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be a little bit tied to with the scores in the prelims, rightly or wrongly, but in the finals, hopefully, we'll see some bigger scores. We did see, I think we saw a 9 in there from Jordan's back 3.5, so hopefully we can see a few more of those big scores this afternoon too.
Yeah, finals judging is always just that little bit nicer. I think that at that point, you've made the final, people just want to see good scores come out. The athletes want to see it, the coaches want to see it, and the spectators want to see it as well. You're already there, why not give the dives what they deserve, you know?
Yeah,
so these are some of the hardest dives in the world, completed by some of the best dives in the world. And, you know, that back 3.5 had no right being a 7.5, Jordan. That was 9s all day, regardless if it was at 6 a.m. in the morning or 6 a.m. in the evening in a final or prelim. You know, I like finals. And them just being 12 dives as well, you've got that little bit quicker competition, and also just more good dives on display, which always loosens up the judges just a little bit more.
Absolutely. I think we are just about ready to show you our results, so we can have confirmation of who has made it into that final later on. Of course, this afternoon's session, we'll see the women's 1 metre final, followed by the men's 3 metre final, and then concluding today's events will be the women's 3 metre synchro. So we've got 3 events to come this afternoon, some very exciting diving, hopefully, for us to see. Like Jack's just mentioned, we have got some of the best divers in the world here in Britain, so hopefully we'll see some of the best diving in the world too. Just about ready to get those scores up for you. We mentioned previously that his top 12 qualify for the final. You can have up to 6 guests in that top 12. So I believe, without getting ahead of myself and saying it before we get these results, that we have 5 guests. So 7 GB divers and 5 guests in that final. Saying that Jake Passmore will be one of them. He trains in Leeds, represents Ireland internationally, of course. Real shame we have got, with the very, very tough field, some good divers missing out on that final. That confirmation ASAP for you. So I think we're just going to have to wait until the events team have put all the results through, but I'll start talking you through them. We'll start from the top of the leaderboard and have Jordan Holden, who will go into the final as our top qualifier. So some big dives from him there. Second qualifier is Dan Goodfellow, City of Leeds. Third, Ross Haslam. Fourth, James Heatley. And then fifth, our first guest is Yona Night Wisdom. Sixth, Matteo Santoro. Seventh, Jake Passmore. Eighth and fifth in the British event, Anthony Harding. Ninth, Elias Pettersson. 10th, David Ekdal. 11th or 6th in the British event, Matthew Dixon. And then our last finalist will be Hugo Thomas, which means that just missing out is Danny Mabbott. Unfortunately, Noah Penman as well. I think mentioned he was really impressive this morning. Did some extremely consistent diving. A bit lower down the degree of difficulty, but some great diving in there. Leon Baker, which was probably a slight surprise to not see him in the final. He, again, uses some of the biggest dives in the world, really capable of doing them extremely well too, so shame that he's missing out. You can now see the rankings on your scoreboard, so I've just mentioned those top spots. I'll let you take a look at them, and I'll talk you through the lower down the leaderboard. So there you can see just how close it was between Hugo and Danny for that last spot into the final. Just over a point. Closely followed by Noah Leon and then Max as well. Another one of our guests from Sweden. 32 divers in this morning's event, so it was a very busy event. Hard sometimes to show your best when you've got to wait for so long in between dives. Keep yourself focused for a couple of hours of competition. Next level of our leaderboard, Oliver Heath there in 11th in the GB event. Francesco Porco, Ollie Casley, oh, we'll skip past, and then onto the, I believe, the last slide. You can see the rankings there to bring up end of our leaderboards. So that will conclude this morning's events. We'll have a lunch break now. Our divers will have a little break, get themselves trained and ready for the finals, and then this afternoon we will be back with the women's 1 meter final, the men's 3 meter final, and of course the women's 3 meter synchro final too. So thanks for joining us this morning. Look forward to hopefully seeing you back this afternoon.